Hey there, this is Stefan Molyneux, Freedomain, freedomain.com/donate. So this is a long show, but it's a very interesting show. It is a conversation with a married couple. First, from his side about a particular pretty terrible crisis they've experienced in the marriage, and then from her side. So just be aware, take notes. This is a sort of Rashomon Rubik's Cube disco ball view of how different people can view the same events and get entirely different stories out of it. So let's get started.
I have found over the years that I have had an increasing propensity towards alcohol, um, more volume being able to consumed over time, or over short periods of time without too many negative effects, like at least the headache and sick feelings of a hangover, and that I tend to drink daily. Um, I let's see. Um, I've had also, I'll cut that out for a time and replace it with something else, like THC. Um, Kind of in the background of all of that as well, from a young age, I have seemed to have uh, I, I struggle to say abnormal, but as I'm getting older, I think just not very well disciplined and controlled addiction towards sex, whether that be with a partner or through the use of pornography, even with a partner, not in this at the same time, but even while in a relationship, um, not seeming to uh, having a hard time to be able to discipline myself to not do those sorts of things and control the behaviors and have like a healthy relationship with alcohol, a healthy sex drive that's not, I'm constantly um, checking out every woman I see. Um, and then like just or having a also a, a fear kind of response if I ever think of going sober, um, and particularly with alcohol, I have allowed it to um, I guess I can say that I've used it in ways that I will knowingly lower my inhibition, which then I will take actions that later on I'm not proud of.
Got it.
That was a lot.
Yeah, no,
Apologize.
that's totally fine. We do a lot here. That's our specialty. All right, tell me a little bit about yourself. How old are you? And are you married, kids, anything like that?
Yep. I am sorry. Okay. Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yes, I'm 32. I'll be 33 this year. I'm married. I have two children.
Okay, so the sexual addiction, is that having you be astray in the marriage or something else?
Um, that's been something over time that I have noticed. Like I haven't had a like I'll even in relationships and even in my current relationship with my wife, there have been plenty of times where I'll have long stints of pornography use. Even though I would also say that she does. I mean, she is great, and I love her, and she fulfills me. I would like to say, but then I'm I have to pause and say, well, if I were fulfilled, I probably wouldn't be looking at pornography. And I think the combination of pornography, or the well, I'll start by saying the having pornography as part of the equation um, makes it easier for my eyes to wander, to think about other people, to desire things outside of the relationship with my wife, which on a moral level I'm opposed to, but then I can make excuses or perform behaviors and say, "Oh well, I'm not cheating." But then with the addition of alcohol in some circumstances, I've gotten very very close on a couple of occasions, and the reason even that I booked the call, I happened to watch the interview that was just recently posted that you had with Sam Hyde, and I didn't know that this was available, but I just had another situation where it was with an individual that went a lot further than it should. It didn't go as far as it could have, and I'm thankful for that. But it's still, um, I made out with somebody because I was drunk and I let my inhibitions down, and um, I'm feeling very ashamed of that.
Yeah, I totally understand that. That's kind of alarming. Without going into too many details, because we want to keep you anonymous. What were the general circumstances?
Um, she was a friend of the family, um, and it was late. Some of us had been drinking, and we initially got alone together under circumstances that I wasn't searching for something. They were relatively innocent circumstances. Stupid position to put myself in hindsight, but I didn't think anything of, um, going on a walk uh, during a vacation initially. It wasn't necessarily a premeditated sexual encounter, but then it turned into that. She initiated a kiss. I was a bit alarmed, but I was also um, drunk. I was flattered. I was excited, and so then I kissed back.
Okay, and this woman knows that you're married, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you think her goal was? Did she just want sex? Did she want an affair? Did she want you to leave your wife? I know you don't know for sure, maybe, but what was your general
I don't.
thought?
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but I do think that her intent was not that I leave my wife. Um, Based on some of the things that she said, I know that she wanted sex. Um, and I'm not sure to what extent. I'm not sure if she even knows to what extent, but she alluded to being able to um, continue to have an affair afterwards.
Got it. Okay. All right. So you kissed her, and then what happened?
Um, Long story short, because I guess if you would like me to get into more details, obviously not super personal,
Yeah, yeah.
but detail the occasion, I can. But to make a long story short, it eventually got to the point where um, she said that she wanted to have sex, and I something that I can't really explain, kind of an alarm bell went off in me.
Oh, you,
Um,
you you made a conscience.
oh, right. Well,
I, I
that's
I think there
the way.
used to be a word for that. We don't use it so much
Yeah,
anymore
I,
because
yeah,
maybe you're
yeah.
not
Sure.
religious. It has
That's
religious connotations. So the Jiminy
sure.
Cricket in your head said, "Put the dick down, or you lose everything."
Yeah. Um, and I started feeling a kind of a trickle. There were a lot of things that hit me at once. Like I said, she's a friend of the family. Um, sh- so all of a sudden, I was a little bit overwhelmed, but couldn't exactly process everything in the moment. But I felt a trickle of anxiety. The alarm bell went off, and I started feeling a bit of a trickle of anxiety. Um, and I cut it off, and we started walking back. Um,
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh because I know it's very serious. But we were just talking about put the dick down, and what did you say? I cut it
no, I
off.
didn't cut it
It's
off.
like, well, then your
No,
problem may be solved, but the deepness of your voice might be confusing. Anyway,
sure,
sorry, go
I
on.
didn't become a eunuch, but,
Yeah, you didn't
I
slice
did.
it off. Got it.
Right. So, no, I ended the encounter. I said, and we had a discussion, um, going back to the place. There was a bunch of us staying in the same house, um, and there were parents, grandparents, there were a lot of people there. Um, and on the way back, it was, we were discussing things, and I was like, "Hey, this doesn't make sense. Um, we've already gone too far. I already had the alarm bells telling me, like, it's, lose everything, maybe if it went further, but I'm already feeling like I'm at risk of losing everything even going this far." And saying, how does this work afterwards? Like, this doesn't really make sense long term or even, as far as I'm concerned, short term for either of us. I'm at risk of losing a lot more than you. And, um, even for you, like, this isn't the kind of fulfilling relationship that you would want. It ends in, um, us eventually cutting it off, and you probably being obsessive and, um, getting your heart broken because we can't continue something that, maybe let's say we both wanted at the time. Um, at that moment, I certainly did it, but meaning even if we were both on board to start an affair, it ends in me not leaving my wife, but it ends in you being alone and heartbroken, and it's going to ruin our lives. It'll ruin my relationship with my wife and my family, and ruin your relationship with this family likely. Like, we can't do this. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, so if it did make sense, you'd go forward, but it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Okay.
if it made sense in the respect, I suppose, that if we were both single and we were looking for the same thing, we were aiming towards the same thing, and we, um, even if we just wanted to, I mean, it's different to say that, yeah, we could start a relationship and, hey, we can date and maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe you still hate me afterwards. Maybe you get your heart broken, but we were just dating, rather than, I'm actively cheating on my wife and you are waiting around for me.
Well, I mean,
to
technically
to
you'd be
come to you or
cheating.
what?
Yeah, technically you'd be cheating on your child.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Oh, so technically you'd be cheating on your child because your child is the one person who's in your life who didn't choose to be there. And if you were to wreck your family, your wife would have voluntarily chosen to get married to a man who cheated, but your child never chose you or your
Yeah, that's correct.
wife.
I follow.
Okay. Sorry, so I'm just putting that out. Okay, so why do you think you're in such hot demand?
Um, I don't think I'm in hot demand.
Well, you said that
So,
you're concerned about cheating, which means that you're in some kind. I mean, you're not like 300 pounds and bald, right?
no, I would. I'm a good looking guy, and I'm pretty decent with people. I mean, I can carry a conversation. I can be charming.
In height?
6'2".
6'2". Well, there you go. Did you keep your hair?
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah, I
good
mean,
hair.
honestly, I've been doing this over 20 years, and it's almost as predictable as sunrise. So,
Sure.
yeah, tall guys who've kept their hair and have stayed relatively fit, you're in demand.
Hmm.
You're in demand. And sorry, did you say you're in your 30s, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so you're in demand, and you're also, I assume, surrounded by some pretty corrupt people, because any woman who tries to smash up a family by offering sex is a special kind of evil, aren't they?
Um,
And she's a family friend. Does that mean a friend of you and your wives?
kind of a tangential friend of the family. So it was a vacation with cousins and that sort of thing. So it was a friend of a cousin, and she's also um, pretty freshly 18. I managed to leave that part out.
Sorry, she's
Not
pretty freshly 18.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, she'll be 19 later this year.
Right.
So in her 18th year, somewhere in between her 18th year.
Got it. And are you early, middle, or late 30s?
I'm 32.
32. All right. Okay, so a cozy 14-year age gap, right?
Mhm.
So you were getting your short and curlies, and she was just dropping out of the birth canal.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. All right. And so she's a friend of a cousin. And how many times had you met her before?
Maybe 4, 5, a handful over the years.
Okay. And what ethnic or cultural background does she come from?
We're both white.
Okay, got it. And do you know anything about this woman's upbringing?
I don't.
Okay. And so she's got a thing for older men, and she came on to you very strongly when you were out on this walk, right?
Yes.
And why were you out walking with her alone?
So that's a great question. The only answer I have is, at first, and I think I mentioned this before, I wasn't, um, I didn't think something like that was going to happen. I wasn't expecting or planning for something like that to happen.
No, that's not. That's your
It
expectations.
was
I'm asking about the physical.
Sure.
Like, why were you out
And what
walking with
happened
her?
was,
Why were you out walking with an attractive young woman alone as a married man?
it was late. I said, I'm going down to the beach. She said, oh, I want to come. And I didn't really think too much of it.
And sorry, who did you say I'm going down to the beach with? Like two?
There were a few people in the room. It wasn't just her.
And was your wife around?
My wife was not.
She was taking care of your child?
She was already asleep. Yeah, it was pretty late. Probably, I mean, like 2 in the morning, probably.
2 in the morning, and you don't want to go to bed? To be in your early 30s. I remember when I could stay
Yeah.
up all night too.
Well, it was vacation and party time and drinking. Have apparently the propensity for alcohol that it doesn't quite put me to sleep, I guess, unless I have too much. But it makes me feel dopaminergic and, hey, I want to party.
Okay, so you're in a room with a bunch of younger people, I assume?
Yeah, there were, I think, 3 other people, including the lady. So not a full room of people, but um, most everyone had turned in, and I said, "I'm going to the beach. I'm going to go take a walk."
Okay, and was it males or females? I mean, one female, the other 2 were male or female?
The other 2 were a male and a female.
Okay, so 2 females and a male. And nothing wrong with wanting to go to the beach. Not that much to see in the middle of the night. So why did you want to go for a walk on the beach? And again, I'm just curious. I mean, it's not like there's
No,
anything
I
bad. It's
understand.
just like it's not like
I
sunset on the beach or something.
No, it was. I mean, there was a nice bright moon out. The waves were pretty. They're pretty intense, so it wasn't pitch black. I mean, I really enjoy generally bodies of water. I like the river. I like the lake. I like particularly the ocean. Um, and I wasn't particularly tired. I was thinking I'm going to go on a walk and get a little energy out and come back and go to bed.
Okay, got it. So the other man and
Look
woman did
at
not.
stars, look out. I mean,
Sorry, go
just
ahead.
wanted to. Just, didn't mean to cut you off. Just take a look up at the stars. Enjoy the scenery. We're only here for a short time, so I'm soaking it in.
Yep. Okay. All right. So the other man and woman did not want to come, but this woman did.
Yes.
Okay. And so you went out to the beach, and how long did you walk before she tried to kiss you?
Um, maybe 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. And
Maybe 10 minutes, and she went. She said, "Oh, I have to pee." Um, so she starts walking into the ocean, but the waves were pretty turbulent. I was telling her like, "Hey, don't go that far," and she went kind of far, and she starts kind of rocking. Like they were pretty severe. It was like they call it, like a red flag is what they had posted earlier in the day, and it hadn't changed. Um, Very pulling currents. I was like, don't go that far. She didn't take any clothes off. She just stood there and peed, but she's starting to get kind of rocked. And I told her not to go that far. So I go out, I grab her, and I drag her back to the shore. Um,
oh, so I assumed that she was also drunk.
she was.
Yeah. Okay. So two drunk people go down to the beach in the moonlight, and one of them walks into the water.
And so I'm like, this is a bad situation. I mean, I was drunk, but I was not stumbling. I mean, I was coherent enough to remember all of this, number one. And 2, enough to say like, hey, this is bad. This is a dangerous situation. Don't go that far. So I um, go steady her. I, limp her back to the shore, and she kind of swoons, so to speak, in my arms. It kind of gives me some sort of look, the look. Um, and she gave me a kiss, and it was a
Well,
quick
she
peck.
was out there in the water in a dangerous fashion, so you'd end up with your arms around her. I mean, this is standard female seductive techniques, right? Which is to put yourself in a position where the man has to grab you.
And she initiated, and it was like, it was like a peck. Um, and it was unexpected. It totally took me by surprise. And I was, it's not a good excuse. It's the only one it's not meant to be an excuse. It's the only reason I can think of that, being drunk and then in the situation, my adrenaline rushed, and I was flattered, and I was kind of excited. Didn't think about my family, didn't think about my wife and children. And, we're back at the shore, and we continue to kiss.
And then your conscience kicked in after a while, right?
After a while, at a certain point, she, um, made it clear that she wanted to go further. And at that point, I was like, yeah, I wish I could say that I was somewhat virtuous and made a good decision. Obviously, I'd made a bad decision previously leading up to that, many of them, but it was something else. Yeah, it was something inside that I can't exactly point to as my own will that made me go, hey, this is not right. This has to stop. This can't go further.
Okay, and then you sort of got her back to the place you were staying, and that was about it?
That's about it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, and have you had how long have you been married for?
6 years.
6 years. And how many of these sorts of encounters, if any, have you had?
I've had two other close calls over the years. Nothing that ended like this. No, like no contact with anybody else, but situations where I was very close to um, being able to have contact with somebody, and it probably would have. I probably would have gone along with it if other um, like exterior factors, not my conscience in those cases, if exterior factors didn't disallow it from happening. One was at a like an event for my business that I'm in. Um, Somebody was coming on to me pretty strong, and I was into it. It was the same kind of thing. It was like flattering. It was exciting. Um, and if it weren't for two things, one, there are a lot of people around. She invited me back to her place, and I thought logistically, I can't do this because my wife is expecting me at home. It wasn't per se my conscience saying this is wrong. It was more saying I really can't get away with this, so I'm not going to do it. And the second time that it happened was a similar situation where it was a um, conference situation, like well, not a business event, but a conference. So over multiple days, and this woman was at a hotel where the conference was being held, and she was inviting me into her room. When I told her I was married, she basically shut the door in my face. And I was not telling her I was, to be perfectly honest, I was not telling her I was married to um, say, again, another lack of conscience. I wasn't saying I'm not willing to go forward with this. I was merely letting her know um, that we're not having a relationship. But without so many words, it was basically like I could be down for a fling, but I'm married, so it's not going any further. And she slammed the door in my face. So close calls, and I would have gone further.
Yeah, but I guess she had a conscience or something like that, or just it was
Yep.
impractical for her.
Mm.
Okay, so we'll jump out of the details, and I appreciate those. I just wanted to get a sense of what was going on. What's your relationship like with your father?
Estranged somewhat, better and sort of better over the years. He went to prison when I was 6. He got out of prison when I was 13, and we have had an we had an estranged relationship very much, where I was volatile toward him until I was about 18 or 19, and I apologized. Um, I also said that I, forgave him for the things that I felt historically poorly about him, and we started a better relationship since then. So it's been, more than 10 years now that we're relatively close. We don't talk every day, but we certainly talk weekly. He lives about an hour from me. Um, it's not a bad relationship. It's certainly not the kind of relationship I would want to have with a father, but it's certainly better over the years.
I'm sorry to hear that. And what did he go to prison for? That's a long time.
Did you ask what he went for?
Sorry, can you not hear me?
I was just making sure I understood. If
Yeah,
I'm
what,
allowed
what
to
did he
say,
go to prison for?
yeah, it was something along the lines of like financial extortion across state borders. I don't exactly know the I don't know the exact charge, but it was something like that. He was in a shady business and scamming some people out of money, and um, they only got him because what he was doing was technically legal where he resided, but some of the people that worked for him were making cold calls in other places, surrounding states nearby, where he couldn't get away with those loopholes. And so they got him, and all of his employees threw him under the bus and that sort of thing.
Sorry, was it scamming or extortion? Because those two things I don't think are the same.
They're probably, they're not. It was scamming from what I understand about how the business operated. It was more like a scam. It was something like selling timeshares that weren't legitimate. So it was, getting money out of old people. They weren't really either getting a return on investments that he promised, or they were not able to access timeshares that they purchased. It was something like that. I'm not really certain on all of the details.
I mean, I can't imagine that's legal anywhere.
Apparently, there was the way they were going about it, there were some loopholes. I mean, without getting off on a tangent, that's my understanding. And I've talked to him a little bit about it, and he's given me that story. Other people that I have talked to over the years that worked for him, including a couple of family members that worked for him, corroborate the story. They say, yes, he's telling the truth. He doesn't really like to talk about it much, or especially not his time in prison. I don't get really much of that insight from him. But there were some people that got out before they saw the writing on the wall. They were like, I don't think we're going to be able to get away with this for very long. So they left. But they corroborate his story as being somewhat true, that there was some sort of legal loophole. He was able to get away with it. So I don't know.
Well, and it was 7 years, was it?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, neither am I a judge, but I've been around for a while now. I've put a couple of decades on the Big Blue, and assuming that he had reasonably good behavior, then he probably got out significantly before the end of his sentence, which means he could have been sentenced for 10 years, 12 years. That's 13. A lot for fraud.
It was a lot of money. Apparently it was a lot of money.
Yeah.
FBI got on him for it.
I get that, but I'm thinking about like Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. I don't know if you know that story, but I mean, she was not in prison for decades, and that was billions. I mean, not saying your father was in prison for decades or anything like that. I can't remember her sentence, but I mean, she's out now. So if it's something that's kind of on the edge of legality, and it's like not a non-violent crime, and it's his first offense. And again, I'm not any kind of expert, but my gut is like, if he got sentenced to 10 to 12 years, got out in 7 for good behavior or something like that, or paroled, then it had to be pretty egregious.
Yeah, that's my understanding. It was a lot of money. We had a very high profile, I'll say, kind of life in my early years that I don't really remember. I was too young. But yeah, I think it was a lot of money. Anyway, that's my understanding of the situation.
Yeah, I'm just starting. Again, this is sort of the most recent, relatively high profile case that I know a little bit about, was this sort of Elizabeth Holmes thing, where so she was original sentence was 11 years and 3 months. So it looks like she's gonna get out sooner. So she's gonna get out in like 20. Her full term is expected to be less than the original 11.25 years due to credits. She's not completed yet. So it seems to me likely she could get out in 7 years. And this was billions of dollars. And she's a woman. And a young, somewhat attractive woman, at least by tech standards. So she's also not going to get the book thrown at her. I get all of that. So it just seems like it feels like there's something missing. Of course, we can't exactly patch your dad in and get the facts, but that's a long ass prison term for something that's legal in one place but not legal in another. I assume it's in the millions of dollars. I get all of that, but I mean, she was the youngest self-made billionaire, and her company was worth untold billions of dollars, and it all was based on a falsehood, and she got 11 years, probably going to get out in 7. So I'm just saying there's something that doesn't quite add up for me, but again, we can't sort of figure it out at the moment, but it might be something you want to get more facts about.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about your relationship with your mother?
Was pretty good for most of my life. Has been worse over the past, um, I'll say probably 5, 7 years. I mean, she was the only one raising my sisters and me, and we had a very undisciplined household. I'll put it that way. That didn't necessarily strike me as an issue when I was growing up. Like that, that was kind of fun. I mean, I could, you know, do whatever I wanted, and chores were sporadic, and I just generally chose to play a lot of video games. But um, it wasn't, never really forced into doing much. Never forced into sports. It was like, oh, if I don't want to do it, mom's not going to make me. That sort of thing. Um, in the and so I always had a high degree of affinity with my mom. Um, as I got out, or as I started getting older, I was like, this family situation that we're in is quite dysfunctional, and I would try to have talks with her, and she remarried to my stepfather. Um, and I saw things that were going on. I saw the way they were living their lives and rearing my younger sisters, and then a younger half sister that they had. And I thought, this is not a good way. Tried talking with them. It was always met with some animosity. And when I moved out, I was got in a house with some of my friends at the age of, in a rental house at the age of like maybe 21, 22, almost 22. And I kind of just generally separated from my family, albeit we were in a small town, so they were pretty close, but I didn't make it home to see my mom very regularly. I didn't, call her very regularly, even though we were 15 minutes, maybe less away from each other. Um, and I didn't at the time, I didn't think of it as like, oh, I hate you or anything like that. But I just wanted a different life. I wanted to focus on, I had my first like real job. I wanted to just focus on moving forward and hanging out with my friends, dating. I wasn't. It was my first time out on my own. I wasn't really interested in going back home too often. Um, in the more recent years, the family's just more dysfunctional, and I'm in a different state now, so we don't see each other very often at all. Um, and I don't have a very high degree of respect for her or my stepdad, for that matter. Um, and I still don't hate them, but I wish better for them, but I really wish better for my younger siblings. And so I definitely have a little bit of resentment because I think that it's well within their power to do better, and they do not. But I don't hate them. I still love my mother. I think that things are kind of never been going uphill, just continually downhill.
And if you had to sort of sort the top three issues that they should do better in, what would you say?
My stepdad hasn't had a proper job in, I don't know, even I could figure out probably, I don't know, 10 years. Maybe that's unfair. Maybe that's not true, but it's something probably close to 10 years. Um, I, that's something that he's been like a stay-at-home dad. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that. But my mom is the only one with a job, and she works her ass off. Um, I think that dynamic should change, and there's plenty of childcare relatively close available where they could facilitate that and become a dual income household and do a lot better financially for themselves.
Sorry,
Um,
remind me how old their kids are.
um, t- Two of them are out of the house, so they're older. They're closer to my age. They're in their 20s. They're out of the house, both married. Well, one about to be married and one married. The other two are she just turned 18. They're both my half sisters. Yeah, she had another half sister. Gave me another half sister at like the year before I had my daughter.
Hmm.
So, and I've so I mean my half sister's 7 years old. So 18 and 7 year olds that are in the house, and my 18-year-old sister hasn't gone to school in probably
Sorry, your
10 years.
10-year-old sister, who's that?
Sorry, my 18-year-old
18-year-old
sister.
sister. Okay.
She hasn't been to school in probably 10 years.
So she's homeschooled.
Um, yeah. I was also homeschooled, and what that well, for a while I was in
Well, you said your
elementary
house was
school.
very disorganized, so I assume it was basically
I
just.
was I was homeschooled. I was homeschooled till about 5th grade, and then I was supposed to have been homeschooled until high school. What that turned out to be was I got into topics that I was interested in on my own, but I basically skipped from 5th grade to 9th grade, um, without any schooling. And that has been the same for one of my sisters that, um, was well, both my full sisters, they had that same gap. And my youngest full sister just never went back to school, and it was quote unquote homeschool. But she just never went back. So she's very developmentally behind. My 18-year-old half
Sorry,
sister
when you
is
say developmentally behind, do you mean that she has brain issues or she just doesn't have much education?
she was diagnosed with some autism and um, early in life, but she's still very functional. And she just never went to school. My mom took her out of school, kind of I guess, the overbearing mother archetype. She just took her out of school completely when she was getting bullied, which is sad, but also not a reason to um, take someone out of education.
Well, you should substitute it with something, right?
Right. So that would be another issue. Like that's hurt. It's hurt me certainly, but I've bounced back from it. It hurt, a couple of my next youngest sister. Hurt her, but she bounced back from it. She, has a degree. She's doing well. Um, the youngest has never bounced back from it. I mean, at this point, she probably never will. Although I hope she will. My 18-year-old sister, who doesn't have any developmental or like brain issues, she just hasn't been. I don't even know if she ever really went to school. I think she went to school for a few elementary years, maybe up until middle school. I doubt it, even that, and just never went back. So I don't even know where she's at. Anyway, so that's an issue that I saw that I'm like, hey, we talked about it. Like this needs to change, and it was always met with some sort of animosity. So that would be, a number two situation of things they should change. Another is kind of low level drug use. They don't use like any hard drugs, except this drug that I guess a lot of people have been popularizing now called kratom or kratom. And they just don't, they think like, oh, it's natural. It's good for my stress or something. And it's like very not good for you. Sure, it can help some people out, but you're not the people it's supposed to help out. And they use it regularly. And I can visibly see it's taking a toll on their health, at least for my mom. So anyway, those would be the top three things that if they changed, I think it would be very good for them.
Okay.
It's a little late.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess number two. A little late on number two with the sisters going to school.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
of those, some of that's left the building.
Well,
But,
and especially if she has trouble with social cues and social skills, keeping her home alone is just going to have her rot in her own isolation over time, I assume.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So, how good looking when your father was younger was your father, and how good looking is your stepfather?
My dad is like he's still a really good looking guy. Tall. He's a tall, dark, and handsome kind of guy. Very good looking. My stepfather is relatively good looking guy, a little bit shorter, but good looking guy. Different kind of build. A little stockier, but like muscular. Like still a good looking guy. But I think that objectively, people would say that my dad is a better looking guy.
Well, sure, but your mother was younger when she got him. So, is it fair to say that your mother chooses her men based on looks, not character?
Well, I guess that would be the historical pattern. Yeah, I think that's probably safe to say.
Okay. So, how did your mother explain your father being in jail?
That's a good question. I know we're running up on time, and I'd have to.
No, I got you for 2 hours, so that's fine.
Oh, right. If I had to, let me think. I can't. I'd have to think about it a little bit longer. but I
No,
know
just
that
I don't need like verbatim. I mean, did she say
sure,
he was in
initially it
jail?
was
I mean, he was
yeah,
gone.
initially, um, there was a very like super initially. I remember a moment where she just said, "Daddy's not coming back today," and I don't know. I mean, I don't have a memory s- I, like after that until like so not getting really any explanation. My next memory that I could say it was just never really truthfully explained in any capacity. And when
But
now
hang on,
with our
but I
conversation,
mean, it was like what 8 to 13 or 50 or something like. So you must have had some questions, like, "Where's Dad?" Did you go
yeah.
visit him ever?
So uh, uh, when I was maybe 7, 8, she started maybe before that. I'm not exactly sure, but there was a point where when I was still young, between those years that he left and probably those that I just mentioned, 7, 8, that she said, yeah, he's in jail, and or dad went to prison. And even then, I'm sure we had questions, and I know we didn't get a full explanation. That's
You're
all I know. I'm
32.
not
You still
exactly
don't have a
sure.
full explanation.
I guess not. Yeah, I was about to say with this conversation, it calls even the explanation I thought was true into question. Um, so yeah, um, and we started visiting him. I have memories of sitting in prison waiting rooms and being excited to go see Daddy.
Oh, okay. So you knew he was in prison. Okay. And she said she didn't really give you much of an answer at the time, and so on. And your mother must be a very good liar, I'm thinking.
She's a pretty good liar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said that you were all kind of living the high life before your dad went to prison, right?
Hmm.
Do I remember that rightly?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the big question for conscience. Did your mother know
I'm sure
about
she did.
what your father was doing?
I'm sure she did because her brother was so my uncle, her younger brother, was one of the family members that or people that have worked for him previously that I spoke to. Who he was working for him, and he said, "This isn't right. This is going to get us in trouble." Um, my grandfather, so they're my mom and her brother's father, was also working for my dad, and both of them basically had the same story. And they knew that they certainly told her. At least I know her brother did. So I mean, she probably knew even before that. But if she didn't, if he kept it hidden from her, then she knew once other people started talking.
Okay, so your mother, I obviously I can't speak legally. I'm not a lawyer, but morally, she was part of
Mm.
the scam because she knew or had been told that it was immoral and wrong and dangerous and scammy, and she just kept going and didn't say anything and didn't right, didn't
Right.
leave him, didn't inform his victims, didn't do the right thing.
Right.
I mean, sorry, you're saying right like you're agreeing with me. I mean, it's your life.
I'm agreeing. Yeah, correct. I think that's accurate.
Okay, so your mother obviously pretended because when there's a scam, and especially when there are family members involved, I assume that they check the family to see if they know, right?
Correct.
And so your mother didn't go to prison, and I assume that's why I said she must be a really great liar, because if there's a bunch of family members involved, then they would assume that your mother knew about the scam, right?
Right.
Knew that, and this is more than a scam. Like a scam is, I don't know, like some sort of, you know, which which cup is the ball under at the at the local fair. I mean, this was something extremely predatory and highly destructive.
Right.
Especially scamming old people is particularly reprehensible because if you get scammed when you're young, you can rebuild. If you get scammed when you're old, you're fucked, right? Because you don't have any
Yeah.
time to rebuild. Like you're just toast. So your mother avoided prison time, even though she knew, which means she must be great at lying because you know the cops. Maybe there was some consideration because one parent going to prison again. I don't know, but if you're better at lying than the FBI is at figuring out the truth,
you're a pretty Clinton-esque Olympic gold liar. I knew nothing, this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And especially when she had family members tell her, then it seems like everybody must have closed ranks.
I think so. I think she was a stay-at-home mom. Before he left, they had all three of us, me and my two full siblings, and I think everyone, wanted to make sure that she was protected, so that at least their children could be with their mother. So I think that's probably an accurate way of putting it.
Okay, so everybody kind of gave up your dad and protected your mom.
And he even did for himself, is my understanding. Like when he got in the room with the FBI, he just crooned. He didn't deny anything. He just told them what he was up to, and they were like,
so there wasn't even a trial.
There was a trial because
not if he confessed.
Trial.
If he confessed, it's unlikely to be a trial, is there? Because he's already confessed.
My understanding is that he confessed to the operations of his business, but not that he was fully responsible. And so then they went to trial, and some of his employees were also on trial with him, but they accepted a plea bargain.
If they accept, sorry, and I hate to be technical, and again, I'm no lawyer.
That's fine.
But if you accept a plea bargain, don't you not go to trial? Isn't that the whole point of a plea bargain? Is you don't go to trial?
Maybe that's the case. Yeah, I'm also either using incorrect terminology or not. I'm not understanding it is more probably the legal system.
Sorry, if he accepted a plea bargain, and he got 10 to 12 years out and 7. So if the plea bargain was 10 to 12 years, then the crime was insane. Like the crime was just insanely destructive and evil if he got a plea bargain. Now, if he went to trial, then it was because he wouldn't accept a plea bargain, if I understand the rough sequence as a whole.
I think that's accurate. I think that what I was trying to say is that his I don't think he accepted a plea bargain. He had employees that were set to go to trial that accepted a plea bargain. And a number of people got jail time less significant than his.
Do you know what the other people got?
I know in one case, my grandfather, who stayed on longer than he ought to have, he went away for a couple of years. I remember visiting him once as well. I'm 2-3 maybe, and a felony charge. Some of his other coworkers, I'm not sure. They weren't. I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to them, but I know they went away for some time, and their bargain apparently was to pin it all on my dad. That's my understanding. Now, again, we've called the whole narrative into question over this conversation, so I'm not going to stick to that and say, "Yep, this is exactly what happened." But that's been my understanding over the years.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to sort of puzzle this out, and we won't spend too much time on it because I know we can't get any particularly clear answers at the moment. But I think what is going on in my head is, okay, so why did your father, if everyone's turning on your father and fessing up and taking pleas, then why wouldn't he take a plea? And I assume that the plea might have had something to do with, well, we have to accept that your wife is implicated.
Maybe so.
And if they said, well, if you say that your wife is implicated, then you can accept a plea, but that's going to be part of the plea. And if he didn't accept that, then he would go to trial and he would get the book thrown at him. And so on. So maybe, again, I don't know, but maybe he went to jail for so long to protect his wife. Who knows? I mean, it's just a possibility. Okay. So what has your mother said in the intervening time, especially since you've been an adult, about marrying a guy who, according to what your family is saying, knowingly was scamming people and ripping people off and was a criminal of financially of just about the worst kind?
Something basically along the lines of he's not a bad guy. He made bad decisions. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. None of that
Well,
really.
have she ever apologized
No.
for choosing a criminal to be a father, and thus
No.
you grew up without a father for huge chunks of, particularly the most important parts of your childhood?
Yeah, no, I don't recall that ever happening.
I mean, do you think that's something to apologize for?
I could agree with that. I haven't necessarily thought about that thought about it in that way before.
Well, let's just run through the morals of it, right? So if you choose a man and you know he's a criminal, or at least you have strong reason to suspect that he's a criminal, and you spend his money, and especially if she had confessed to knowing, then maybe he could have taken a plea deal. Again, we're raking over old ashes here. Who knows what the shape of the wood was? But if you choose a criminal who goes to jail for 7 years to be the father of your children, haven't you made a really bad decision that has harmed your children? And not just a one-time decision, right? Because when people say, well, he's not a bad person, he just made a bad decision. Well, what the fuck are we except our decisions?
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's in a coma, they're not making any decisions, but they also don't have much of a personality. So what are we if not the sum total of our decisions? So separating the person from the decisions is weird to me, and it's just it's a lie and it's a way of dodging responsibility. And secondly, you can say one decision is bad, but if he was running this scam for years, and I assume that he was, then that's not one decision. That's consciously ripping people off for months or years and destroying their lives, or at least some of them. So that's not a decision.
Yeah.
That's an entire lifestyle.
Yeah,
so he's not a bad man. He just made bad decisions is a very strange thing. Is she religious?
Yes.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? What do you mean she's religious? Has she always been religious? What is she? Carmela Soprano?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. I mean, I would say, so that was a quick answer. I'll say yes, but I don't. It's the way she grew up. It's the way I grew up. I don't think she particularly takes it seriously. I mean, that has been shown over the years. Right. So, I mean,
thou shalt not steal is kind of foundational, right?
Right.
Thou shalt not bear false witness. Well, and the reason I asked if she was religious is there's the soul-body dichotomy, or the soul-brain dichotomy. You know, he is his soul, and that is pure and from God, and he can make bad decisions, but his soul is always available for redemption. And that's why, like, he's not a bad man, he just made bad decisions, is his soul is God's, and that's his essence, and that can't be destroyed or permanently corrupted or something like that. So there's sort of soul-mind dichotomy there, which I don't accept. I mean, we are the decisions that we make. Empirically, I mean, we can have all this inner life, but it's the decisions that we make that are empirical in the real world that reveal our character, right? So, okay. So, is your mother a moral woman?
I'd have to say probably not.
Is your stepfather a moral man?
I'd have to say the same.
I mean, he wasn't involved in a multi-year rip-off artistry, right? I mean, maybe he's coasting on his barrel-chested muscularity to get money out of your mom, but he's a stay-at-home dad. That's, obviously I've been a stay-at-home dad as well, so it's not the worst profession, as long as you're doing a good job of parenting. But he's certainly not in the same league as your father, right?
Right.
I mean, everything that's going on with his wife, with your mother, is voluntary, right? I mean, he's not forcing, he's not blackmailing her.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And your father, did he ever remarry?
Yes.
Okay. Well, because he may have felonies, but he's tall and good looking. Tall, dark, and handsome. So, it's the 50 Shades of Grey thing. Like, you can beat hell out of women if you have a helicopter and abs. Okay. So he remarried, and how's that been going?
From everything that I know, generally pretty good. She is a little bit older than him. She is also a little bit more high profile than him. She has a very good job. And she's done well in her job and she makes a lot of money. I think he looks up to her in some ways, and in many ways. She's also had a lot of health problems. She's a strong woman. Like, she's dealt with a lot of issues in her life, and she's made a lot out of herself. And I think he admires a lot of that in her. And she's done it all the right way. And they seem to have a good relationship. They don't have any children. She's unable. But she's a good woman. And I think it has certainly had an effect on him over the years.
Okay, and how much has he reformed from his criminal past?
Oh, whether it's out of fear of going back or stronger moral character, which I have seen some evidence of having a stronger moral character as well. I can't say with 100% certainty, but I would be shocked if he had any sort of shady dealings.
So he's been like regular gainful employment?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Running his own business. It's hard for him to get regular employment.
Right.
But he's been running a business, and it's not scammy.
Okay. Good. And has your father ever apologized for destroying his family as a whole?
No.
Why do you think? I mean,
recall.
why do you think that is?
I think a combination of pride and him feeling like the victim, like he didn't deserve what he got. And again, the reason why I explained it the way I did and characterized it based on what I said I believe about this situation, I've talked to a lot of other people that were close and of adult age when this all was going on, that seemed to say the same thing. There are people that have said, he probably deserved to go away, but probably not for that long. So I think he feels it's a combination of his own pride, which is certainly he has quite the pride. But I think he feels like it wasn't.
What do you mean by pride? Pride is a fairly subjective word in some ways. So what do you mean by his pride?
I guess I'm using it in the I'm defaulting and using it in the religious way. Pride, like he is very what's the other word I'm trying to think of? Arrogant. Like, he has some a strong arrogance to him that he's king of the world. He's the hot shot. He's a hard worker, and so I think there's also some of that he reinforces in himself, that he deserves some things that people don't deserve because he works harder, and that's somewhat fair on one hand, but he I think would characterize it in a way as if the reality owes him XYZ, because of
like entitlement.
Entitlement,
Yeah,
and
entitlement.
a combination of entitlement and arrogance, and then the victim kind of mentality surrounding his sentence, which is
it was too harsh, it was unfair, other people got less, and so on. Right?
It wasn't my fault that I was gone for that long, type of thing.
Right. So a sort of refusal to take responsibility. And do you know if he has ever taken any of his earnings from his business or what he's made since he got out of prison and attempted to provide restitution for his victims or the families of his victims?
Oh, I'm not certain. I would imagine probably not, unless he was court ordered to do so, and I'm not aware of it.
Well, no, that wouldn't be a moral decision, but yeah, I'm just wondering, if you stole $10,000 from someone, then I think in order to restore your sense of self-worth and to have a decent relationship with your conscience, shouldn't you try and pay that money back?
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, he's never done anything like that, or has he ever mentioned it? Has he ever mentioned how bad he feels for all the people he stole from?
No.
Right. He's just, woe is me, how dare they put me in prison for that long, right?
Mhm.
And has this ever crossed your mind, what we're talking about now? This is not some big condemnation, because family can tend to make you not think of things pretty efficiently, but just out of curiosity.
I have not.
Okay. All right. So your mother hasn't apologized. Your father doesn't show any particular remorse. And he's with an older woman in frail health, and he stands to inherit a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
That's probably not a coincidence either.
Maybe not.
I mean, your mother milks her looks a little bit. Your father probably milks his looks a little bit. You probably milk your looks a little bit. And that's not the end of the world. There's nothing wrong with being good looking. That's what they tell me. So there's nothing wrong with being good looking, but it is a power that you have to be careful about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, conscience. Who in your family of origin has a conscience?
Well, there's some family members that I can point to for sure that I know. Yeah. I would say my uncle has been one of them. My great-grandparents, on my mother's side, well, one pair on my mother's side. I had a relatively young family, so I've been, that's been a blessing. So I got one of the pairs of my great-grandparents on my mother's side they were very, very good people. One of them is still alive, and he's never changed. He's never been, I've never seen him. Yeah, I would say he's a very moral character. His wife was as well.
Sorry, this was your mother's grandparents?
Yes.
Okay,
And we
moral
grew up.
people. Okay, go on.
Yeah, we grew up with them very, very close. We were there after school or in different times when my mom was alone, just with us, and she had to go to work. So we'd go over there. So we spent a lot of time with them. They definitely have a strong character. Sporadically with other family members, my uncle was kind of off doing his thing at times, but I could say I recognize the evidence of a conscience within him and wanting to do it right and having a good sense of what's right.
Okay, so have they talked to you about stuff like a conscience? Because they would recognize, as good people, right? I mean, I've just met you for an hour, and I recognize that very tragically and with, great sympathy, I say that you were raised by people who don't have a shred of conscience. And so, wouldn't it be the case, tell me if I'm wrong, of course, but wouldn't it be the case that if people have a conscience, they would recognize that you had been raised by people who have little to no conscience, and therefore they should talk to you about it and make sure that you don't take that as the default, and the lack of productive moral parenting that you received, empathetic parenting, teaching you about empathy and so on, that they would recognize that you grew up in a family in which this was, tragically, and nothing to do with your fault, of course, horribly deficient. And wouldn't they take steps to remediate that and talk to you about, listen, kid, you no fault of your own, but you grew up with people who don't really have a conscience, and you're going to need a conscience to be a good person, so we need to talk about, what's missing and how to resolve it as best you can, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, certainly not saying something, pointing a finger at my mom and dad as when I was young and saying, hey, these, your parents are screwed up, and the only way you're going to get somewhere in life is if we fix it. And if you do something about it and do something different than them. I never heard something like that,
Why not,
about my mom or my dad. But I think their version of raising us with a conscience, so to speak, was through Christianity. We have outlined principles of right and wrong, and so to speak. And growing up with that framework as a guide to right and wrong, and the conscience steers you in the direction of right. I guess that would be the best way to put it.
Okay, so they didn't talk to you about conscience in particular, but they talked to you about Christianity.
Yes.
And do you know if have they ever talked to you about where they think they might have gone wrong to have such corruption within the family?
No. Yeah, I can't place anything.
That seems important as well. Now, as an adult, I can understand some hesitance about that when you're a kid. As an adult, have they ever talked to you about what was deficient in your upbringing and how to close the gap? Because you had modeled for you some, somewhat soulless and, let's just say, empathy deficient people. And that's something that would need to be, I think, addressed and resolved, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I recognize that, and I don't. But I don't think even as an adult I've gotten that conversation.
And why not? Do you think? I mean, what would Jesus do if he knew someone in in his family? Let's make it up, right? If someone in his family had been raised by at least one and possibly two criminals, if she knew what was going on, she'd be an accessory or an accomplice of some kind. I think. I mean, I don't know, but I would guess something like that. So, if you had been raised, let's take an extreme example. If you've been raised by murderers, wouldn't some moral intervention be necessary to help make sure you didn't go down the same path? Because that would be the tendency, right? We tend to copy paste our parents, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Well, the simple answer is that they're more loyal to family than virtue, which is not Christian. Christianity is loyalty to virtue regardless of family. Right, as Jesus says, I've come to set son against father and, child against parent and all of that sort of stuff, right? So you have to choose the virtuous over your own family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And so you have been given very dangerous power, which is you're tall, you're good looking, and you were raised by people who didn't have much of a conscience, which means that you have a lot of power, a lot of sexual or romantic or power over women because of your looks and your height, neither of which you earned. Of course, like it's nice to be good looking, but, and of course, if you're good looking, the incentive is much higher to stay in shape. And, you're responsible for your diet and exercise. So, props to you for staying in shape and all of that. But your height and your looks, like your height and your bone structure, you didn't choose, right? Eye color, whatever, you didn't choose any of that. And so you were just sort of accidentally gifted a great deal of power, as was your father, as was your mother. I assume your mother also was quite good looking when she was younger.
Yes.
Yeah. So
she still is. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah. So your parents are very good looking, which gives them a lot of power in society. I'm not saying it should, but it kind of does, whether we like it or not. That is sort of the fact. And so your parents had looks without conscience, and it led them astray because power without virtue always corrupts. Does that sort of make sense?
Yes.
And you have been given power, and you have a challenge. And listen, and I'm not saying this like I'm some superior, blah, blah, blah. We all struggle with temptation, and we all struggle with these sorts of things. So I say this with, brother to brother rather than, guru to something like that. But you have a power because of your height and your looks and your status, because good-looking people also make more money. And good-looking people don't earn making more money. I mean, you can work just as hard as somebody else, but if you're much better looking, you'll tend to make more money, right? People defer and admire good-looking people. It's just a biological thing. There's really not much we can do about it other than be aware of it, which can help change the outcome, but not the stimulus. And so you set sail into life with no particular moral foundation based on empathy, and with the power of your height, your looks, your obvious intelligence, charm, charisma, all of that kind of stuff. And charisma is something that good-looking people also develop because it works. People respond positively to good-looking people, so good-looking people have an innate charisma, then they tend to develop it further and meet less resistance. Like, the duck face that pretty women make on social media. I mean, they can distort their faces because everyone still recognizes that they're very good-looking. If some ugly, obese woman makes a duck face, she just looks like she's taken a dump, right? So it's just a whole different world for the pretty people. And no resentment, whatever it is, it's fine. But that's sort of a fact. So with regards to addiction, did either of your parents drink?
My dad, and yeah, he still does. And he has similar kinds of. My mom, not really. Very maybe occasionally. It didn't seem to have a particular draw to it. And my dad seems to be one of those people, and I think I've inherited that, where I didn't growing up exactly. It wasn't till I started getting into more of the social scene in what I was really maybe about 25 that alcohol became a lot more like I could drink occasionally and not really care. Once I was in a social scene, alcohol became a lot more enticing, um, and I would drink a lot more, and that has just continued over time. Where now I'm actually going way past your question, so I apologize. Um, but I'm trying to tie it back to the question about that I was answering in regard to my dad. Where now I don't mind. I can drink quite a lot and be alone and be perfectly happy. I like the feeling it gives me. I can kind of cut loose. I don't really care. My dad has that similar thing. I don't recognize that I've seen that behavior, not all of those behaviors from him, but I certainly recognize that he can be a heavy drinker and still be able to be the life of the party in a social setting, so to speak. Um, and I've seen him drink alone, but I think I outdrink him. He's also older, so I think he probably had a similar. He probably was mirroring some of the behaviors that I have now when he was around my age. Well, maybe not. He might have been in prison, but before that, and probably after. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So you say when you drink, it loosens you up and you can be more enjoyably or engagingly social. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you need to be someone other than who you are to be liked? I mean, it's the
That is a
cleavage question, right?
one that yeah, it's a good question, and one that I have asked myself, and I haven't asked it long enough without drinking, I suppose, and in a stint where um, I I don't know the answer to that question.
Sure you do.
Um,
I'm sorry to be annoying. Of course you do. I
you're
mean,
not. No,
if the knowledge exists, it exists within you and in no other place because nobody knows yourself like yourself. Okay.
sure.
So let's imagine you go to a party, you don't drink, and let's say other people are drinking, and maybe you feel a little awkward or a little shy or a little self-conscious, which is kind of common, particularly among intelligent people. What's the problem with that?
Yeah. Um,
Like, how do you feel if you imagine going to a party and not drinking? I mean, do you like to be the center of attention? Do you like all of the positive vibes that come when you're being the life of the party? Is it that sort of thing?
I yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, but I think that's probably correct. I certainly I I haven't been to a lot of parties where I'm the life of the party necessarily, but I will say that, and particularly when I'm drinking, I can loosen up. I can be um, a little, maybe, I don't know, feel like at least I can be a little funnier, and whatever, joke around and be mentally like kind of in that mode of
Yeah, you can be
uh,
entertaining.
entertaining,
So
and I'll
why, hang
latch
on,
on.
hang on. So why do you need to
Your,
be entertaining?
yeah,
What happens if you're not entertaining? So, for instance, you and I are having this conversation for like an hour and a half, a little under. Am I trying to be entertaining?
I don't think so.
No, I mean, I throw a joke in here or there or whatever. And do you find the conversation with me to be of less value because I'm not being entertaining, telling you funny stories, putting on a show, scraps of song, dance, jokes,
Yeah,
whatever, right? Do you
I
find the
think I appreciate
conversation to be
more.
less engaging because I'm not being entertaining?
Yeah, I think that it is better.
I think so, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with jokes. Again, it's the middle ground that we're sort of looking for. Compulsive joking, like, leads you, like Robin Williams, to take your own life, and yet being compulsively sour and negative is also kind of depressing to be around. So we're looking for the middle ground and flexibility in back and forth. So you go to a party and you drink so that you can be more entertaining. Now, does that come from your father? Is he the raconteur, scruffy, Margaritaville storyteller guy with the challenging past and, some interesting tales and so on. I mean, is your dad like entertaining that way?
Yeah.
Okay. He's entertaining. And why? Because you said you're not particularly close to him, right?
Maybe not particularly, but certainly closer
Well, you're calling me, aren't you?
over the years. Yeah. Well,
You're calling me. That's the one thing I know is that if people are calling me, it's because they can't get these kinds of conversations in their environment, right?
yeah, correct.
So again, it's not any sort of big diss, but I don't think you really know what it means to be super close to someone, because then you'd be having this conversation with him and you'd say, Dad, I don't really know enough about our history and I'm having these problems with alcohol. And it's like, but you're calling me, which, I appreciate, because if I was just talking on my own, I'd feel a little crazy. So in terms of being really close, not so much. I mean, there's significant facts you don't even know about your dad's life. And he should have volunteered these years ago. Like when you became 18, he should have sat you down and said, here's all the bad stuff I did. And I'm telling you this because you deserve to know, and also so you can avoid making the same mistakes that I made. Did your dad cheat?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, because he's a guy with a lot of power and not a lot of virtue, to put it mildly. I mean, the guy went to jail for 7 years, right? So not a lot of virtue. So, yeah, power without virtue is seductive. So what's your relationship with your wife like at the moment?
Well, it's generally has been pretty good. We've had some ups and downs, I think generally normal. We have 2 young kids, we're still relatively new parents. I mean, we have, life is hard, we're trying to figure things out, but I think generally we've had a good relationship. I know she loves me, I love her, and we have problems and we're able to work them out, I think fairly healthfully. Right at the moment, things are rocky due to this situation that I've spoken about earlier regarding the family friend. So,
And your wife knows about that?
she, yes, yeah, I told her, right after we got back from the trip, basically the morning, after that.
And why did you tell her?
One, I thought she deserved to know.
So she knows about the other 2 times as well?
Mhm.
Okay, so every time you stray, you tell your wife.
In 2 instances, not in one. In another instance, I was stewing on it because I didn't want to have I was afraid of the confrontation, and I was afraid of feeling shame and being a disappointment, those sorts of things. And she ended up having a funny, just moment of intuition, and um, saw a message on my phone that was basically that started the conversation. Oh, actually, funny enough, my plan was, so I'd been feeling with this last situation that happened as well. I knew I had to talk to her. I had made a decision to wait till we had come back from the trip, because I didn't think that was. I thought about it a lot, and maybe my decision making was wrong. But I thought, this needs to wait till we get back, and it needs to be between me and her. This doesn't need to blow up into a thing with everyone on the trip. Maybe it did, but I don't. It's blowing up now, so maybe it did. But I decided I'm going to talk to her like right when we get back. We had a long drive home. The next morning, she told me she had a dream about me and infidelity, and so I was like, okay, well, great, better. The best time to tell you then, I guess, is right now. So it's very interesting. I can't um, take the somewhat of some of the honor for saying, hey, I strayed and I was forthright and told my wife right away. The conversations have actually been initiated by her through some sort of strange intuition.
Okay, got it. So you don't demand the truth from your parents, but you feel that you have to tell everything to your wife.
I do.
Okay, that's not very consistent standards, if that makes sense. And I'm not pointing it out to be a nag. I guess I am, but, hopefully a productive nag. But if you say, well, people deserve the truth, and yet you can answer 3 questions about what was going on with your dad, then clearly it's important to tell people the truth, but not about the single most defining aspect of your life, which is your father going to prison.
Mm.
Your parents don't have to tell you the truth about that, and you don't have to pursue it, right?
Mm.
So you have different standards, and where we have different standards, it's tough to have good relationships. Because if you say, well, my wife deserves the truth about me kissing the 18-year-old girl, or her kissing me and me kissing her back or whatever, but you don't sit there and say, well, geez, I got to find out the truth about what happened in my childhood. I got to find out the truth about the most important thing that happened in my life, which is my father going to prison. And so you feel you have a moral obligation and responsibility to tell your wife the truth and to take responsibility, I assume, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're 32, she was 18. Clearly, you have responsibility. I mean, not all of it, right? But she's an adult, but it's mostly on you, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So it is moral for you to tell the truth and take responsibility, right?
Right.
Okay. So then why doesn't that standard apply to your parents? Because I'm a universal moral guy, right? It's not like murder is only bad on Tuesday afternoons. The rest of the time it's good, right? So if you've got a standard, which is tell the truth and take responsibility about the wrongs that you've done, how come you've hit the age of 32 and not know what the fuck was going on when you were little?
The only thing that I can think is that over the years, I suppose I don't exactly know how it would serve me to have that information at this point in my life.
Okay, so then all you need to do if you stray is just not tell your wife for a while, and then it becomes irrelevant by that logic, right?
Well, that I also recognize that, like, I recognize what my parents did. I can recognize wrongs over the years, and I don't want to model those wrongs.
No, it's not. The wrongs are in the past. I get all of that.
Okay.
The question is the responsibility. Are they repentant? Has your father ever said, I did real wrong, I wrecked people's lives, it's terrible, I'm having a tough time living with myself? Or is like, man, I was sent to jail for way too long?
I don't think he's ever had some repentant thing like that. And my stance would be, like, in response to that, it's like, well, I don't respect that. I don't want to model that. But so I want to do something different, but it doesn't, I don't need you to, like, I guess what I mean when I said that I don't know how it would serve me. It's like,
well, something's wrong because you keep straying.
Yeah.
And you keep drinking. So if your life was great, I wouldn't say poke old wounds.
I see.
And I'm not saying your life is terrible, but you've got these issues. I mean, do you drink? How often do you drink a week?
I would drink every day.
Okay, so isn't that being an alcoholic?
I'm not sure. By definition, probably.
By definition, right? And how much do you drink a day?
Depends on what. Maybe a 6-pack or half a bottle of whiskey. Depends on what I've got.
Okay, so you drink like a fucking fish. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you drown a fucking fish.
It's pretty, I mean,
that's a lot. Half a bottle of whiskey, 6-pack of beer, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you're like a serious alcoholic. And how long have you been drinking?
Well, drinking like that, probably, drinking like that since 2020. Previously, I wouldn't drink like that. I maybe have a few beers.
Okay, so
maybe
6 years. Okay.
Once a week with friends.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So, because I want to make sure that we get to conclusion in the next 15 minutes. So, I have to hit the gas. I hope you'll apologize if I interrupt. Okay, so
it's all good. Thank you.
I've listened enough. Are you ready for the diagnosis and the feedback?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
How blunt would you like me to be?
As blunt as you need to be.
Okay. And listen, I say all this with sympathy. None of us choose the families that we're born into, so I have great sympathy for that. And, I'm really sorry about everything that happened in your childhood and so on. I'm sorry that you were raised by selfish people. Now, selfish people focus on their own pleasures and other people disappear, right? So if you're ripping people off, they disappear in your mind as human beings. They're not like you. They're just like, you go and pick some strawberries. You don't think about the strawberries. Do they want to be separated from their plant? Do they want to go in my belly rather than make new strawberries? Because they're the only fruit with seeds on the outside, right? So, or if you go milk a cow, right, you don't sit there and say, well, but the cow really wants to feed its own young, and right, you just go milk the cow, right? Because they're not people to you. They're just resources. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you can't exploit people and rip them off and have empathy. In fact, there has to be a lot of entitlement and kind of like a narcissistic rage that the world owes me, and I just better get what I want and get what I need and screw everyone else and all of that, right? And along with that entitlement comes self-pity when caught. I mean, if your father had a conscience, he'd say, I'm glad they put me away so that I would stop stealing from people, because clearly I was unable to stop on my own. Right? Like the serial killer, stop me before I kill again, right?
Right.
So you had modeled for you a lack of empathy and focusing on your own pleasures. It's fun to be kissed by an 18-year-old in the sunlit, wavy ocean. Moonlit. I gotta get my time of night, 2 a.m. Moonlit, wavy ocean, right? And it's fun. Maybe you can fantasize it about later and stuff like that. So that's only about you. And what is emerging, I think, in that you had this bad feeling, was what was emerging from you, that it would hurt other people. And that's good. I'm not saying you've never had that feeling before or anything like that, but so with regards to your drinking, who is negatively impacted by your drinking?
My family.
Okay.
Oh,
who is not
me.
there by choice?
My children.
Your children. Now, your wife chose you, and she chose you knowing your history. She chose you knowing your drinking, or at least she certainly stayed with you over the course of your drinking. So that's on her. Nobody's forcing her to be there. Your children are in the ABC, the accidental biological cage. They didn't choose you, and they can't leave. Now, what are the negative effects of your drinking on your children?
Certainly lack of presence. There's certainly been times where I've gotten angrier than I normally would over small things, and make people feel bad, like my children or my wife for that matter. Make people feel more bad or feel stupid based on the things that have come out of my mouth in those states, or even going as far as to like get angry and yell when it's not necessary.
Well, I don't think it's ever necessary to yell unless your kids are about to run off a cliff. But all right.
Sure.
So you are less emotionally present, more emotionally volatile.
Mm-hmm.
And should you be home with your children, your wife is out, and you've just pounded half a bottle of whiskey, even if they're in bed, if one of them has an emergency, you're too drunk to help. And I know you say, well, it doesn't really have much effect on me. And it's like, well, maybe, but still, you will be compromised, right?
Yes.
And so if your children had the choice, and there's two other things. One is which you're burning up their inheritance and you're burning up money that would be available for them to do fun stuff, right? Because drinking is expensive as hell.
Yeah.
I don't imagine you've got some moonshine get up in the backyard. Nope. So you're spending a lot of money on drinking, which could otherwise be kept for your children, for their education, for their inheritance, for fun trips or something like that. It's probably at least a trip to Disney every year or two. Not that I'm saying you should go to Disney. It's kind of a hellhole, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Okay. Drinking also lowers the standard of the people you spend time with. We drink not so much to make ourselves interesting as to make other people less boring. Because if you've ever been at a party, I don't imagine you have, I certainly have. If you've ever been at a party where you're not drinking and everyone else is, how much fun is that?
Where I'm not drinking and everyone else is?
Yeah.
I would say not very much.
Well, they look like morons.
Yeah.
Giggling, laughing, putting lampshades on their heads, stupid jokes that, right? And yet another I was so drunk story, whatever, right? And so if you are not drinking and other people are drinking, the shallowness, vapidity, and stupid nature of the situation as a whole becomes pretty clear. And so you recognize that you drink so that you don't find drunks cringe, because they are.
Yeah.
As are you. And so the other thing is, what are the long-term health effects of being a rampant alcoholic?
Not good.
Right. Have you ever looked up what it's going to do to your lifespan?
I have.
And what did you
ignore
get? No, but what did you see?
Oh, the specific effects?
I know obesity is like 20 years or whatever, right? 20 years or more off your lifespan. What is
the
hard
specific
drinking?
number? I'm not exactly sure. I've looked up negative effects of drinking, and I largely ignore it and try to do other things to stay healthy, basically as an excuse to be able to keep drinking. As a specific number, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let's do a quick look here. Dun, dun. All right. So let's look. I have my wee bit of AI here somewhere. I really do. All right, here we go. Let's just ask. What are the long-term effects on health of drinking half a bottle of whiskey every day? Oh, it's just calling 911. Just kidding. All right. See, there's a little joke to lighten the mood. Drinking a very heavy alcohol consumption, 10 to 15 standard drinks every day. Now, of course, I know that you're saying sometimes it's a six-pack of beer and so on. So, yeah, liver disease, cardiovascular problems, cancer, brain and nervous system, pancreas, immune system, and other effects. Life expectancy studies link heavy drinking patterns to shortened lifespan, years lost from cardiovascular issues, cancer, and liver disease, and so on. So, yeah, you're going to lose years and years off your life with what you're doing. Now, is that fair for your children?
No.
Is it fair for your wife?
No.
Now, listen, I'm not trying to give you some distorted mirror, you monster. What I'm trying to say, though, is that you grew up with people who didn't make any sacrifices for you, did they?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you just not model that. You're like, children are just there and you do what you want. And, you'll play with them and you'll do stuff with them and so on. But on the list of priorities, I mean, your father didn't have the right to be a criminal because he was a father. I mean, didn't have the right to be a criminal from a moral standpoint, but even more so. If you want to be selfish, you should live alone. If you bring other people into your life, your wife voluntarily, your children involuntarily, then you no longer have any right to be selfish, right? Like, I don't like getting up early in the morning. So I don't have a dog, because when you have a dog, as far as I understand it, you have to kind of get up, take the dog for a walk and stuff like that. So if I get a dog, do I have to get up early in the morning to take it for a walk?
Likely.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what the dog needs, that's kind of what I have to do. I can't have a dog and then ignore the dog, because dogs are social animals and they go kind of crazy without social interaction and so on, right? So then cats are fine, but dogs need people. If I have a fucking goldfish, I have to feed it, right? It's not like it can go and hunt its own food. So if I don't want to feed a goldfish, I just don't have a goldfish. But if I have a goldfish, I got to feed the goldfish, right? So if you were to strip your life down to nothing, like whiteboard the whole thing, just erase the whole thing, and you were to say, okay, how should I build my life? Because you have that opportunity every day. Every day you can rebuild your life from scratch. If you were to say, if I whiteboard my life, okay, so I've got kids, clearly they are the most vulnerable and most dependent and not here by choice. So my highest moral standard should be what's best for my kids. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And again, like this is like asking you to learn Japanese in a way, because you weren't raised with that. And I really sympathize with that. So this is just not part of your vocabulary, because you say, look, I like having a drink. I like flirting with girls a little bit. I like doing this. I like doing that. And the way that you were raised is the adults do what they want and the kids just kind of get by. Again, I'm sure that there were times when your parents did nice things to you. I'm talking about as a general principle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you have a father who occasionally speaks Spanish at a restaurant, that doesn't mean you learn Spanish, right? It's got to be consistent. So you don't have a mindset of build your life around what's best for your kids on up, if that makes sense. And that's because that was never modeled for you. I also assume it was not modeled for your wife. And if we had more time, we'd go into her history. And as a family man, you have to have a good conscience, to be happy in the long run, and to have a healthier and better life. You have to do what's best for your children, and you have to do what's best for your wife. Your children come first because they're not there by choice. Your wife is obviously very important. And if you look at that from the ground up, right, and you say, okay, so it's 2:00 in the morning, some hot young thing wants to go and walk down on the beach with me. Is that best for my children? That's why earlier I was saying, who does it most, like you're really cheating on your children. So in a sense, cheating on your wife is, well, not in a sense, fundamentally cheating on your wife is much less wrong than cheating on your children because your wife chose you. I mean, how long were you guys together before you got married?
Oh, maybe 6 months.
6 months, okay. And did she have any idea that you were just a little bit of a hound dog when you got married?
I don't think so.
Really? She had no idea you were a ladies' man? No idea that you scoped out women? None. Come on, she's so instinctual she can get that you kissed an 18-year-old from some weird breakfast body language psychic stuff.
Yeah, I think she has. I mean, she probably, figured I would maybe check out chicks, but she.
But she knew that you were raised by at least one criminal.
Yeah.
So
True.
she knew that you were not exactly imbued with morals. Not that that's your fault, of course, right? But you weren't exactly simmering in morals from the ground zero up, right?
Right.
So she knew all of that, and she chose to marry you, and that's fine. Obviously, I'm glad that you guys are married, glad you're happy, and so on. But your children didn't choose any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you cheat on your wife, she chose you, and so she has complicity in your cheating. She has not said to you, "Stop drinking." That's a requirement. Does she use any substances herself?
She does not.
Okay. So she needs to say to you, stop drinking. It's bad for the family. It's bad for your health. It's bad for us. Oh, and by the way, you make bad decisions when you're drinking. As everybody does. Who drinks, right?
Yeah.
It's the devil's sweat greasing the road to perdition. So she has not said that. So she is allowing conditions to be maintained wherein you're going to make bad decisions. And I'm sure she just gets mad at you without saying, okay, let's look at this from a family perspective. Let's look at this from a we're in this together perspective. She probably just distances herself and calls you a bad guy and all of that, which is not reasonable. But if I have a business partner and the business partner is drinking, I have to get him to stop drinking.
Sure. She
right?
hasn't given me a...
I'm sorry?
Yeah, she hasn't given me a hard line. I'll say to her credit, she has said those things, and I've listened sometimes, but maybe just for a time, ignored other times. But she hasn't given me an ultimatum. So I think your point still stands. Generally, I think, to her credit, she has said, "We got to stop," and I'm like, "Well, I just need to get control of it."
Right.
Right.
So again, we don't have to get into her history, of course, but I'm sure that she came from a family which didn't exactly put the needs of the children front and center.
In some ways.
Yeah. And there's a price to be paid for having amoral, unrepentant, corrupt people in your life. There's a price to be paid. And the price to be paid is it's fine to not have a conscience. See, this, and you said, well, why is it that I'd say dig around in your parents and your history and so on? Because right now you're saying it's totally fine. In fact, it's great to not have a conscience. Because I'm so close to my parents, fine with my dad, I'm a little more distant from my mom, but it's fine to have people in my life who don't have a conscience. So it's fine to not have a conscience. I personally, just for myself, can't tell you what to do. I don't have anyone in my life who doesn't have a conscience. Because it's just too dangerous. Because they're too random. And it also is going to have an effect on my conscience. Conscience swells when in contact with other consciences. Conscience diminishes when in contact with other people who don't have a conscience, if that makes sense.
It does.
So that's, you got to go find out about your past. You got to go and figure out if your parents have any kind of conscience, if they have any kind of regret. Because if you're going to try and develop your conscience while still being in close proximity to people who have no conscience, it's going to fail. It's going to fail.
Yeah.
And you need to start developing and growing this conscience, which I hugely respect you for. It's amazing to keep it going after all that time and all of those negative circumstances for which I have massive sympathy. But you got to protect this little fire. You got to get this little flame going. You got to grow it. And that means you got to probe the people around you to see if they have a conscience. It's sort of like if I want to speak a new language, I have to be in contact with people who speak that language. Otherwise, it's really hard to learn, right?
Right.
And if you're surrounded by people who don't have a conscience, you can say to other family members, why didn't you all help me develop more of a conscience knowing that who my parents were? Just ask questions. Because if you're surrounded by people who don't care about kids, in other words, don't care that much about kids and just choose what's best for themselves in the moment, then that's going to influence and to some degree even dictate how you deal with your children, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand.
So, all right. Good.
Yeah, I know
How
it's
was the
time.
chat for you?
So, it was great. Yeah, this was very good.
All right. Well, I appreciate your openness, your directness, your honesty. It's a magnificent thing. And I hope you'll keep me posted. Of course, if there's anything else I can do, obviously feel free to book another chat.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind. I
All
didn't
right,
know
brother.
if that was allowed, but yeah, thank you
it's
so
totally
much.
fine. Take care, man. All the
Sure.
best. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, yeah, so just a reminder, it's a public call, so if you can stay off names and places, I suppose we do want to pick up the thread of the bloke, the guy, the dude who called in last week, that you are his wife, and I am all ears to find out how you're doing and what's been going on and how things are.
Yeah, it's been really hard. Like I just never expected this to be like a point in my life that I would experience. And it's not even just, like a one-time offense type of thing. It's just been like a series of um just not being chosen, our family not being chosen, and me enabling things and not being strong when I should be, and choosing him sometimes at my own expense, sometimes at my children's expense, and sometimes both. And I don't know, like this week has been a lot of talking with like family, and mostly family and some friends, but mostly family because like my entire family knows, and that sucks even worse. Having everybody know so intimately, because what happened was on a family trip, my family's trip. So,
Right.
so yeah, I'm having a really hard time, and I'm trying to find the balance between strength, um, and enabling, and being too harsh and doing just enough, because there's been so much talk over the last 6 years and not a lot of action. And there's been a lot of saying he's going to do things and beating himself up about it and all this stuff. And I'm going to change. I'm going to change. And um, we, the family, we just go on, like me and the kids, we just go on as usual. And then, surprise, surprise, like nothing happens. And so I'm just trying to, I don't know, ideally glean some wisdom from you. Um, like, because you've seen this, I'm sure you've seen his kind of behaviors before. I'm sure you've seen my kind of behaviors before. And yeah, he's convinced that it will be fine and he will truly make a change if me and the kids move back into the house and he just sleeps in a separate room and we don't have sex, and he'll prove himself and it'll be all like sunshine and rainbows again eventually. He doesn't he's not like pushing, normalcy back on me, but I do feel like it will be very difficult for me to not just like give in when I'm back in our house, when we are having some semblance of normalcy. And he is very charming, and I do love him, and he is very funny, and I even hung out with him the other day, like, with the kids at the house, and, things weren't normal, but there were times where it was just like, it almost felt like it could be normal, but with me restraining myself and him trying more to
Right.
be more selfless. So it was hard doing that and then still making the decision because we're at my parents' house right now. Me and the kids are staying at my parents' house. We have been for a couple days. And going back here was very difficult. It was very difficult for me to pull myself away. So I just don't know. Like, I don't really know. I don't want to be weak and I don't want to enable him. And I'm ready to change our lives. But when I say I'm ready, I know I'm ready and I know I will do things because generally speaking, the track record is that I do actually do those things. Like, I've almost been sober for an entire year. The only thing I have touched at all is one nicotine pouch a couple months ago, and that was because he was, like, wanting me to, and I was like, "Okay, I'll do it for a second," and I got super sick. But I chose to do that out of love for him so that I would not be enabling his drinking, or I thought that would be enough to not enable his drinking, and, um, but it hasn't been. It hasn't worked.
Well, congratulations on that. Just by the by, that's a huge accomplishment and well done.
Thank you. Thank you. But I just don't know, like, I don't know what to do. I don't know I don't know what the right move is. I don't think it's living back into the same house, uh, in the same house, but, um, the idea of I do have the support in place to be able to live separately. I will say that. But I don't wanna enable him, because, at the house that he would be staying at, it's not even our house, it's my grandmother's, and we rent it from her for super cheap. And that feeling like letting him live there in the situation kinda just to me almost feels like enabling him more not to provide and not to figure it out and almost stifling his confidence that could be gained by just letting him figure it out. But he also doesn't have his own car. We share a car that my parents bought for us. For me, actually. Um, so it's just I don't wanna push too hard. I don't want to break him because he's trying to make so many changes right now, or he says he's trying to make so many changes right now. I don't wanna push too hard and then have to, like, live with the consequences. I know I would be okay because I do have support systems in place, and I do believe that I, can survive, um, but I don't want to do that. I want to be married to him, but him when he's not living so selfishly. Him when he stays true to his word, at least majority of the time. And him that's not so depressed and hating himself because he won't live life with honor that he knows he should. So I'm at a tough spot right now.
Well, that I certainly agree with. I certainly agree with. And, big sympathy for the whole family. I get that, he did the wrong thing without a doubt, but I mean, everybody's got to try and find a way to live with it one way or another. And I've just really
Yeah,
wanted to give you, huge sympathies for
yeah.
what you're dealing with the family as
And
a
it's
whole.
it's not just this, just so you know. It's not just this situation. This just has shined a light on issues that I have ignored, he has ignored and tried to numb with drinking. This has shined a light on a lot of things. Like, I feel in a lot of ways I've been operating as a single mom.
Mhm.
There have been very short periods where he has been consistently providing for our family. I made things way, way easy for him, like in our courtship, so to speak. We only dated for 3 months. He drove a lot from, like, over an hour away to come see me very frequently, but I would say that's, like, the extent of the hardest things he had to do when we were dating. I made it very easy for him. I was very naive, and he's 5 years older than me, And he asked for my parents' hand in marriage, or for my hand in marriage to my parents. But they said no. And
Oh.
so what did we do? We turned around and we did it anyway. And he didn't have to save up for a ring. We didn't plan out a wedding. We just did it. And then I got pregnant immediately. And
So you were pregnant within like 4 or 5 months of meeting?
yeah,
Wow. And do you
Yeah.
know why your parents disapproved?
because he didn't have a plan to take care of me. He didn't have a plan to like future, like a plan for the future. It wasn't that they didn't, think he was like a nice guy or anything. Well, actually, they were very skeptical because the way that it seemed to them, they were concerned because, he was involved in like a foreign church and he's not a foreign guy. They were worried about human trafficking at first, legitimately. Um, until my mom reached out to one of his former coworkers back in the state that he had moved from, and she talked to her. It was just serendipitous. Like, she happened to know one of his former coworkers, and just from a totally different state, completely random connection. And she reached out to her to ask, "Do you actually know this guy? Is he a psychopath?" Um, so that was also part of it. And he was wanting to also like move me away from my family. And I don't know if that was just him running away from family generally because he knows what his family was like. But yeah, so that's a big reason why they were not too keen on me getting married to him, at least at that point, because he hadn't earned it. He hadn't earned anybody's trust, including mine. So
And did they warm to him after a while, or did it stay fairly chilly?
they warmed to him. I mean, the thing that sucks about this so bad is, in spite of all the things that have gone on over the last 6 years, with not consistently providing, um, not being really that active of a dad, it's more like passive dadding, where it's like, "Oh, I love you when you're around, and when we're both home together, I'm gonna play video games with you and I'm gonna hang out with you." But it wasn't being an active dad, if that makes sense. Um, I was I've been pretty much the primary caregiver. I homeschool our daughter. Um, well, she's really early school age, so it's not like anything crazy or intense. But I'm I've been trying to lead while also like trying to submit to him for 6 years. And like, there have been times where our finances are so bad we barely have any money in the bank. And I'm not hyperbolizing. I'm talking like $30 in the bank. And he has gone and spent that on alcohol, like beer, even if it's just like one tall boy, and I've just not felt supported. I have not felt like I've really had a partner. I've felt more like I'm his mom, and I know that in a lot of ways I've enabled that, and I have to live with that, but I don't wanna do that anymore, and I don't wanna, I don't wanna be like the too good mother and, like, clip his little butterfly wings. I want him to be able to fly, and, um 'cause it's not just about my life. It's not even just about our kids' lives. It is also his life too, that he is just throwing in the trash, or has thrown in the trash. I'm hopeful that that's not what's going to happen in this case. But I do feel like he has evaded a lot of consequences over the last 6 years for his behaviors. And I don't want to be the judge. I don't want to punish him, but I don't want to enable him. I really, really don't. I want him to change his life, truly. And I want it to change our lives. And I also want to pursue virtuous things.
Well, what do you mean by virtuous things?
Like, I want to be healthy mentally, spiritually, physically. I don't want to be, I don't want to pass down dysfunctionality to my children. I want to heal those things, and I want to grow and move on from them. I just don't want to, I don't want to perpetuate like generational trauma. My parents weren't divorced, but, um, yeah, we've got, hard things coming from both sides, even still, like from his side of the family and from my side of the family.
Well, I, of course, talked to him a bit about his family, and what about from your side?
Um, Really, honestly, like, some of this stuff I did not know about until days ago. I did not know that my parents, when they were early married, they got married really, really young, and, they hadn't known each other for that long before they got married at, 17 and 18, and then they were actually already a month pregnant with my sister at that point. Um, and I just never really thought about that too much, and I feel like I've just kinda, like, idolized their marriage a lot because I didn't know that early on, like, they went through cycles of, one cheats on one and the other gets back at them by doing the same kinda thing. And I don't know what the level of infidelity is, like, if you believe in levels of infidelity, but, I didn't know about that. My dad had a really, really traumatic childhood, um, so he leans to being very, 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 selfless, but probably to a fault, I would say at times. And then, yeah, my mom has struggled with her mental health, like anxiety and, I didn't know about this until pretty recently either, but suicidal tendencies or at least idealizations, and some actual tries, unsuccessful, thank God. Um, but yeah, it's just, we've got hard things coming from both sides. And I know one side is arguably more dysfunctional. Uh, but still, you know, I just feel like I grew up with this like false, um, false idolatry of my parents' marriage, and they do love each other. I do believe that, and my dad does like they both do care for each other, and they do choose each other. It seems like as best as they can every day. So for that, I have had a good example, a very good example. Whether or not I followed that example in my own marriage, that is certainly debatable.
Right, right. Okay. And remind me how old you were when you met your husband. And he said he's 5 years older. Is that right?
Yeah, when I met my husband, I was 21,
Okay.
freshly 21.
Got it.
I
Okay.
had graduated college the year before, or actually not even the year before. It was the spring before I met him. So I graduated college in spring, and then I met him in September of that year. And I had never really like lived independently. I'd lived on my own, but I was financially supported, and very naive, like I said before. Like not not naive to relationships. I had had relationships before, and um, you know, but naive to just like I just feel like I sunshine and rainbows everything. At least I did. And so we didn't have a lot of conversations before we decided like we're going to be married. Like I had no idea what his financial situation was like. He had no idea what my financial situation was like. We didn't know where we were going to live. We didn't know like anything. We just were like, we love each other. Let's go. And yeah, let's have a baby.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's smart. That's wise. I love my kids. Like I don't ever want that to come off as like I regret that choice. I don't regret that. I love those babies so much. But yeah.
And what was your life like in terms of like decision making? Were you a drinker back then? Was there anything that was sort of compromising your decision making in your early 20s?
I mean, I wouldn't say with any like real frequency. I definitely did do some, I would do edibles sometimes, but it was pretty harmless. Like I would have like a little bit of an edible, and then I would like watch a movie and maybe make some pasta at the condo that I was living in with my sister. It was like that. Did I make poor sexual decisions? Uh, yes, I did stop doing that a couple months before I met him. Actually, I
Sorry,
don't even
I
know.
don't mean to pry too much, and obviously don't talk about anything you're not comfortable with. But
Yeah.
poor sexual decisions, you mean like you just slept with the wrong guys?
Yeah, it was like I wasn't just like sleeping around a bunch, but I don't know. Like I grew up in purity culture, um, where it was just like abstinence, 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 and not a lot of like actual tools to cope with sexual feelings, because I grew up in a Christian household, and I am still a Christian. I still do believe in sexual morality. Like, I don't think it's good to just go and sleep around and just sleep with a bunch of people and, get STDs and whatever, because that's eventually what that kind of thing leads to, in my opinion. But what I did do is like, I feel like I would convince myself with every guy that I dated for, any length of time. It's like, oh, I'm probably going to marry him and, we'll sleep together because we like each other. And it'll be great. And we just, whatever. And I don't know. This is kind of hard. Like, this is something I haven't really talked to a stranger about ever. Um, it's a little harder to talk about than I thought. And so I guess I'm holding more shame about this than I realized.
Well, I
Um,
mean, it's funny too because, of course, sorry, not funny, but the
no, no, you're good.
purity culture and like, let's not have sex before we get married is one
Mhm.
thing when everyone gets married at 17. It's another thing when people get
Yeah,
married in their 20s. Like
absolutely. It's really
I can
difficult.
fast for a day. I can't fast for 2 weeks. That's sort of a whole different, like
Yeah,
they're not really caught
yeah,
up with the sort of delayed adulthood stuff that's going on with
yeah.
regards to sexual morality. So sorry, I don't want to get off on a big tangent here, but
No, no,
it's a
you're
big
okay.
problem.
You're okay. Yeah, I mean, it is very difficult. And when you don't, I do think it's possible. I think it is extremely, extremely difficult, especially when you don't have the tools and support system to openly talk about sexuality and, um, find ways to, I don't know, even just like distract yourself, like doing other things besides just thinking about how you're feeling horny. And, you meet someone you think is great and, both of you claim to share the same values. And it's like, oh, perfect. Let's sleep together and we'll get married and we'll have a baby. Even though I haven't unpacked my traumas and you haven't unpacked your traumas. Um, the thing that's hard about it is too, like, I think like my traumas surrounding relationships before my husband, I think a lot of them were my lack of wisdom and just like putting the blinders on and just like, I don't know, like making weak choices, to be honest. Like choosing men that are just kind of douchey.
That's a very
And I
technical
don't think my
term.
husband,
Kind
yeah, I
of
don't think
douchey.
my husband's douchey. I don't think my husband is douchey.
Right.
I will clarify that. Um, but like I had a pretty long term relationship in high school. And like we were very, very serious about each other. We talked about marriage. Like he was the kind of guy that, he had a job at 16 and he never stopped working from that point. He probably had a job at 15. Heck, like I can't even remember. Um, but we dated for like 2.5 years. And honestly, like he gave me the princess treatment. I was honestly kind of a spoiled brat with him. Um, and I did love him, and I do think for the most part I treated him well and treated him with love, but I just like, I think back on that now and I'm like, "Whoa, that was a person that really knew how to show you love and really cared about you." and like probably would have gone to the ends of the earth with you. And it had, he had his own problems and all this stuff and all that stuff. But like he really did care about me. And I chose like he graduated a year early from high school with me because I was graduating a year early from high school.
My God, what
So
happened? I want to date him
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I know, right? Like he would literally go out of his way, like he would just go to a movie theater to get me movie theater popcorn and bring that to me. He asked me to be his girlfriend at like 15 or 16. He literally rented a horse carriage in downtown and took me on a horse carriage ride to ask me to be his girlfriend. And I think about that now, I'm like, oh my gosh, like that guy was like really trying. He was trying hard. And he didn't have a perfect household growing up either. His parents were together. They're not now. Um, but his parents were also dysfunctional, and I know he had his own dysfunction, and we were just kids. So, I didn't really see the fullness of all of that. But I broke up with him because I was like, after our freshman year of college, I was like, "Oh, I think we should just, like, explore and, like, see other people." Not like, "Let's just go and sleep around," but more like, "I think there could be, better people out there for us." And I broke his heart, and like, I was cruel about it. Like, I remember I just thought about the other day as I was getting ready to, um, to see my husband because he was gonna, go take the kids to do something, and I was getting ready, and I thought about what I was going to wear. And I thought about, his heart and trying, like, I don't know, there's, like, this part of I don't know, part of me is like, "Yeah, dress hot and, make him see what he's, like, missing out on," which is super toxic and stupid and, um, but also, I think, understandable to a certain extent. I think it's just part of me that, like, the, like, evil part of people that wants to punish somebody that has hurt you.
Well, let's
And
not
it's
go
not
with
right.
let's not go with the good and evil stuff yet, if you don't
Well,
mind, because
certainly.
I mean, I get
That's
where you're coming from. It's a difficult situation, but um, if we're going to start assigning morality, at least for me, I need to know a whole lot more about what's going on. So
Yeah.
sorry to be annoying, but yeah, we can just hold
No,
off on
no,
the
it's
good evil
okay.
stuff, because
I guess go ahead, go ahead.
no, that's all. Yeah, but go ahead.
No, I guess evil is a strong term for it, but it's like I don't want to I don't want to take an eye for an eye. Like I don't want to punish him. I
But
don't
it's
want to
not
do
that.
that
It's not that. And listen.
or
I'm
tempt him or
I'm
like
sorry. Yeah, I know, but I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But it's the part of you that is concerned, as is a very common situation with young women in particular. It's the part of you that is concerned that the
with what
primary
he thinks of me.
value, no, that the primary value
Mhm,
that you bring to a boyfriend, a husband, a lover is sexual access.
mhm.
And so it's a way of, in a sense, saying, well, I'm going to make you want me, not because of the qualities of my character or the virtue. And I'm not
Yeah.
saying you don't have qualities of character, right? But it's the part, it's just like, I am concerned that the man is with me for reasons of lust rather than love.
Yeah. Yeah. That is something, yeah. That is legitimate. Um that's very legitimate and I do have something I want to come back to, but what I was going to say is I remember, being like I don't know if it was I think I was 18 when I broke up with that my like high school sweetheart, I guess you could call it. And I remember intentionally like I'm going to look really good and like wearing a short skirt and wearing like a little crop top where my boobs looked good and everything. And I just think about that now and I'm like, you did that to go break this boy's heart. And that is really like, that's not kind. That was really not loving. And just thinking about like, I don't know, like I haven't thought about that. And I didn't ever think I would have to be in a situation where I would have to compare myself at 18, to like go see somebody that I'm now othered with, kind of, um, and think about what I'm going to wear and make a decision to not dress, in a way to hurt somebody. kind of.
Why?
Not like hurt
Why did
somebody,
you?
but
Why did you
preserve
break?
myself.
Sorry, why did you break up with the earlier boy?
Because I wanted to just like date other people and see if there are better people out there.
Well, I mean, that's by
And
definition, right?
then,
Why did you break up with him?
yeah,
Because I wanted to see other people. But what was missing or lacking in that relationship that you had the
I
grass is greener
think
feeling?
I think that maybe he treated me too good to a fault. Like maybe I don't know, he just wasn't like he was kind of too soft for me maybe.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so
Like
guys, give me the princess treatment. It's like, what does that mean? I
yeah.
just sell you to some cousin in Habsburg
Yeah,
for
that's actually
marriage,
true. When
right?
I
But
say the princess treatment, I mean like the fairy tale.
yeah.
Like I'm asking you to be my girlfriend on a carriage ride downtown with the lights twinkling, and it's a very juvenile view of what like romance should be and what love should be. It is very much like based in media, I would say, like what he would see in movies, what I would see in movies or shows. Um,
And there is also the fear, I suppose, trying to think of it from a woman's standpoint, that if the man is that kind of soft, chivalrous, and almost delicate, that he's going to have a tough
mhm.
time competing with other men for the scarce resources on this lonely planet, right? And you got
I
to go
mean,
out and
yeah,
fight as well. And if all you're doing is
yeah,
being sweet, then where's the fight in you
yeah,
to make sure that we're protected and
yeah.
provided for?
It's true. It's true. And he was very like concerned about his appearance. Not that being concerned about your appearance, it was like too concerned about his appearance. It was like, I don't know. It was he was like a little a little
Yeah. If we could
metrosexual.
just keep the
You know what I mean?
relationship to one female, that would be excellent, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. It was like that. Like, okay, can't we just like, I don't know, like be a little feral sometimes?
Right.
I don't want to feel like I'll show up looking like Adam Sandler and you have fixed your hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, and that was in high school and stuff.
Right.
But I broke up with him and then we were separate, but not like we weren't like no contact. We were kind of like sometimes like on and off in contact. And yeah. And then I ended up sleeping with somebody that was a little bit older, and that guy was a douchebag, like legitimately a douchebag.
Okay, so hang on. So you've got the guy who's too nice, and then,
Mhm.
as is common with young
I know.
people,
I know.
you swing
It's
to the
so
other pendulum, right?
predictable. It's the most predictable thing I could have done. Um, Besides like just going and like sleeping with like a ton of other people, you know? Um, and like partying and doing drugs and all this stuff, which I did do a little bit of drugs and I did do a little bit of partying. But it was nothing crazy. It was this guy too. Like I like slept with that guy and he's like, "Do you want to try my weed pipe?" And I'm like, "Sure, I'll try it." And like it was fine. It didn't like start an addiction for me. Like I didn't become a pothead or anything like that. But I did um like I would drive like 40 minutes to come visit him and be his booty call. And I have no idea why. It was just like it was the
Oh,
dumbest
I don't
thing.
know that that's true. I have no idea why.
It
Oh, come
wasn't that
on.
good. It
Don't
wasn't
start
that
getting
good.
overly delicate with me. What do you
Well,
mean?
I'm just saying, like, it wasn't that good. It wasn't good enough for that. I'm just
Well,
saying.
okay, no, I get that, but okay,
Like, it wasn't
hang
good
on,
enough
hang
to
on,
be in his
hang on. You
disgusting room.
hang on. So you met, let's call him Sin or Mr. Douchebag, Mr. DB. So
Sinner. Yeah.
you met Mr. Douchebag, and
Yeah.
what was attractive about him to you?
His confidence and, like, I think his ability to just be chill,
Yeah,
to just
I
be
don't know what
chill.
that means. I'm too old to know what that means. So if you can break it
Mm,
down for in you go to 1920 speak or something like that. So
well,
what does that mean?
like, it seemed like he had, like, a pretty strong friend group. Like, they were all just, like, hanging out. He was more independent than I was, for sure. Not that my ex wasn't independent, but, he was still living at home, so that was something. through the first year of college at a community college, which is totally normal and exactly what I was also doing. But I just think, I don't know. I'm trying to even think like what was so great about this guy or like why I was so drawn in. And I think
Okay,
it was just like
let me just run through a couple of basics. How tall was he?
maybe my height.
I'm not sure how tall that. You could be 9 feet tall for all I know. I don't have video.
I'm like 5'7".
Okay, so he was not tall.
I'm
Was
not like a
he
small woman, but I'm not a tall. He was not buff.
okay? Not tall, not buff. Physically
He
handsome.
was not more handsome than my ex at
Okay.
all. Like, yeah.
Okay, but
I
but
don't-
highly confident, right?
Yeah, he was very confident, and I don't know. I definitely felt like unsafe with him. Not like not like he would
Good Lord.
hurt me.
Sorry, this is so wild. Go on.
I know, not that he would hurt me physically or anything like that. Like I think I probably could have beat him up.
Okay.
But I don't know. It was like I haven't really thought about this. Like I really just don't think I've thought about this very deeply besides like, yeah, I just like did something super predictable and it was stupid and that guy was a douche. Um
And
maybe I
on
was
what? Sorry,
maybe I was just trying to be rebellious like
I
from
don't
my
know. I don't know. But
parents.
it's important to understand because it's usually the case that when someone mistreats us,
Mhm.
it's because we've mistreated others and haven't processed it. And I'm not blaming you for what your husband did. I'm doing my sort of best
Yeah.
to build a fence around future repetitions, right? So if there's a guy who cheats other people or lies to other people, then he's actually one of the prices you pay for that is you're very susceptible to being cheated on and lied yourself because you don't have a principle to stand with.
Yeah.
So this guy was confident, and was he super smart? Was he very accomplished? Could he play
was
every instrument
smart.
known to man?
He was smart.
Okay.
He
Okay.
also was musical. Like he played the drums.
Oh no, a drummer. Oh, you're doomed.
Yeah,
you're
not a
doomed.
drummer. Yeah, not a drummer getting a computer science degree.
Right.
So yeah, he was smart. Um and he was funny and he was suave, if you will, but that was certainly not. I don't even know I don't even think I could call it a relationship. It was literally just like I don't even know, like me just driving from my college that I was at like 40 minutes away and coming and like having a booty call and then just like I don't know, like we did talk and stuff, but there was no real like depth to our relationship. If you could
Okay.
even call, I mean, you can call it a relationship, but it was not like we were not boyfriends, girlfriends. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you weren't even exclusive to your knowledge.
No,
Wow.
not that I know of. And I really don't think so. And it was just like a cycle of this, like, and it was like I was like trying to lock him down or something. Not even really trying, honestly, that hard. Besides, like, like getting my, like basically placing my value in my sexuality. That would be really the only way I was like trying to lock him down. But it's not like I was doing anything crazy, so to speak, sexually to like try and lock him down. Um, I don't know. Yeah. Like I think back on it and I'm like, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I was like, I don't know why I ever slept with him, actually. Maybe because I was like trying to compensate for breaking, my high school sweetheart's heart. And after the first time I slept with this guy, I told him about it, my ex. I have no idea why.
Oh no, you didn't.
I know. I'm like, I
Oh
think back on it.
no, you didn't.
I think that's genuinely the worst thing I have ever done to another person. Like that that I remember. Like that is one of the worst things. I like still feel so bad for that. Um, but then he also slept with somebody else. But I don't know why I told him. I don't know. Like, we were still, like, kinda talking, kinda like, I don't know, like, let's give it the summer.
Well, he wanted to stay together. I assume he wanted to get married and
Oh,
stuff like
yeah.
that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So he was really hoping to get you back. He was very sad about the breakup.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you sleep with a low-quality guy, and then the next day
Yeah.
you phone the guy. What did you say?
I have no idea.
No, you
Well,
must have
okay,
some
I
memory of
remember
what you said.
I have some memory. I remember, like a guilty child that's unable to, like, keep a secret, kind of, like, and, like, feeling guilt, but also, like, I can't have a little secret, and I'm, like, trying to hold back a smile, like, telling him, like, I slept with somebody else. And I remember, like, I'm trying to remember. I seem to have this memory of, being in person and just, like, I can't remember if I saw his face and I could just see the change or if I heard it in his voice or what it was. Like, I don't know what's false memories or not, because it's been a while and so much has happened. But I I remember immediately after feeling like absolute garbage, like, just terrible. And then he told me that he did the same thing. Um,
Oh, he had already slept with
and
somebody else.
yes, yeah, he
Okay.
did.
Okay. So it wasn't like a tit
And
for tat, like if you sleep with someone, I'll go sleep with
no,
someone.
I
He'd
don't.
already slept with someone else.
No, 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 no. It wasn't. It was
Do you
like,
think it's true?
yeah, I do think it was true.
Why? It sounds
I
not
do
true.
think so. I mean, well, I saw pictures of the person. Like, he told me who it was, and I don't know. I don't feel like he would have made that part up. Maybe he did, but I don't
Well,
think he
you
did.
slept with
Like,
someone?
he
Yeah, so did I. Right, that's
no,
not.
no, I definitely slept with someone. I don't remember if he told me immediately or what it was exactly. I That part is very hazy to me, but allegedly he did. And I do remember I remember the way he told me was not like, I don't remember any, like, "Yeah, I slept with somebody too, actually." Like, it didn't seem like he was faking it. It seemed like he did feel remorseful about it, actually. Um, so that was, I guess, what made me think, like, this is true. But
But
even after
also,
that,
sorry, also if there was a gap,
yeah,
then he.
I don't think there was a gap. I think he did tell me right after.
Okay.
I think so. Like, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I think that's what happened. Because there was time, between us breaking up and, me sleeping with that guy, and then I don't think I turned around and told him the next day or anything like that, but pretty soon after. But then I was, like, on and off again with him kinda over the summer, and then there was a period where we were like, "Okay, we really need to just, like, genuinely take some time apart and decide what we want," and then by the time I had come back around and I was ready to, take him back and have this relationship, he had moved on. And, that really hurt. That, like, really broke me. I've never been the person to do, like, dramatic displays of, like, "This is over." But I, like, took all of the sweet little notes and everything he had ever written me and just, like, all the sweet stuff, and I burned it in the fire pit out back. And, and then I ended up transferring to the college that he went to, not because of him, but I do think there was probably part of me that was like, "What if?" But that was a couple years later. That was like a year later, probably, and he still had that same girlfriend who's now his wife. And she was actually someone that I was, like, not super good friends with in high school, but I was good friends with. And I remember one time in English class, her talking about him and talking about, like, our relationship or something. And I should have seen that as a red flag at that point, but I did not. I was like, "Oh, she's so nice. And we're kind of friends, and I did her senior photos," and turns out she was trying to replace me. And she did, and good for her. But yeah,
Okay.
so
So, and what was the status of your faith over this period in your life?
oh, I would have said what I would have said and what I would have truly believed in my heart of hearts and, like, really not even believed, but, like, done and chosen would have been, yeah, they didn't match up. It was like, "I'm a Christian, like, I believe in God." But, like, the fruits of my life did not show that, and the choices that I made did not show that I was, like, trying to be quote unquote a good Christian girl, if that makes sense. Like I wasn't taking my faith very seriously. It was very much superficial.
And was that different from when you were younger? Was there a time when your belief system became more surface level? Did it shallow out over time, or were you always kind of skeptical and
I
a bit
think
half in, half
I
out?
it's not like I don't feel like I've ever been skeptical. Like I do feel like I've believed throughout my life um that there is God, like God is real and that Jesus died on the cross as our savior for our sins. I do believe I feel like I have believed that and continue to believe that. But I don't think I really fully like understood what those things meant. And I just kind of I feel like part of it I also used as an excuse, like, well, Jesus died for my sins, so I might as well go get some D. You know what I mean?
I really don't.
Um,
I'm sorry, I
well,
don't know what that means, but I'm
no,
happy
it's
to have it
okay.
explained to me. Or maybe I'm not. I don't
Like
know, but go ahead.
I like Jesus has already forgiven me for any bad thing I could have done. So like it's okay if I just, make a bad choice. Like it's okay if I um choose some self-destructing behavior like sleeping with someone who doesn't treat me well. Um does that make sense? Like I know you don't share the same like faith as me, but does that make sense at all?
So you already have, in a sense, I mean, to put it in a funny way, you already have a get out of jail free card. So why not mess
Yeah,
with the law a little?
basically. That's a
Yeah.
good way to put it.
Okay.
That's a really good way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So in a
So
sense, the
that's very
religion.
shallow.
Sorry, go ahead.
My faith was extremely shallow.
Right. Well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
not totally wrong to feel that you can get your forgiveness. So it's almost like the binge purge. Like I can eat all the cheesecake I want if I'm not going to keep it down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Now, how? It's always a tough question to ask, but I'll ask it anyway. So, not that you're not still in your prime or anything like that, but when you were in your late
You're
teens,
okay.
early 20s,
Yeah.
how would you rate your looks, sort of on the good old 1 to 10 scale,
My looks.
Yeah.
Uh
or your desirability
I
to
mean,
men?
I would say that I have never been the type like that everybody wants to just like sleep with. Like I have definitely I haven't fallen really into in my opinion, I don't think I have been viewed as like the sexy type exactly. I would say I've always fallen into more of like the cute type. I do think that I'm pretty. And I do think that I have a pretty good body. Like I'm not in the best shape ever at this point, but um I would say I don't know, maybe an 8. I don't know, because it just seems like it is subjective.
Not really. No,
Oh,
models
okay.
models tend to kind of look alike. There's not. I mean, there's some subjectivity.
Well, think about runway models. You're ignoring runway models versus like a magazine model
Yeah, true. Well,
because like
runway models are just for
conventional
gay guys,
beauty.
so that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's actually true.
All right.
That's actually probably true.
Yeah, it's like, okay, how can we
But
make women look as much like men as possible, or little boys
I would
anyway?
say that I do have yeah. Um, I would say that I am conventionally attractive.
Okay, got it. And is that relatively new in your family? If you look at pictures when your mom,
No, no, my mom is very beautiful, and my dad is a very handsome guy. Like all throughout high school and middle school and stuff, it was like, "Oh my gosh, your mom's so hot," or the girls are like, "Your dad is so hot."
okay, all right,
So no, and my sister is the kind of person that comes into a room and like everybody is like wants to sleep with her, basically.
okay,
And my brother is very handsome as well. I have a younger brother, and he's also very handsome. He looks very much like my dad. Um, so no, it's not like attractiveness it is in our family, and the same with my husband's family.
okay, okay. All right. So you have a lot to manage in the secular world of physical lust and temptation and all these kinds of things. If you come from a very attractive family, then there's
Okay.
an additional challenge and additional temptations that need to be dealt with, right? And did your
Yeah.
parents help you with these kinds of things?
Like
Saying,
ward
listen,
off guys,
you're
you
more
mean?
attractive. Yeah, you're more attractive than the usual. So guys are going to flock a little bit, and like here's the additional temptations. Here's the challenges you have to watch out for. Guys in particular, especially when they're young, there's the great temptation of falsifying, like the danger of charm, right? So
Mhm.
a lot of guys will work on charm rather than virtue, because there's a lot of women who will fall for charm, just in the same way there's a
Yeah.
lot of men who will fall for physical attractiveness. And
Yeah.
so be careful of the charming, confident guys, and
Yeah.
really try to judge them by the quality of the character. The usual stuff that you have to
Yeah.
say, in particular to attractive women, and to attractive men, of course, you have to say, listen, you've been given a significant degree of power over women. You have to be very careful. You don't misuse it. And
Yeah.
become some seductive pickup player, dude, whatever, right?
Mhm.
And so, did you get instruction, I suppose, on how to deal with the power that nature gave you?
I mean, I think, not like I don't remember any like being sat down and having a talking to, if you will. But I do think to a certain extent I was prepared for that. But also like I don't know. I feel like throughout my life I have not been the person that just like I don't know easily gets guys exactly. And I don't think it's about my attractiveness. I think that I'm trying to think about this before I just speak out of my butt because I don't know if I don't want to say something that's not true. Um, yeah, I guess like I don't really know why. I don't know if I just give off a vibe to like don't pursue me, or if you want to pursue me, you better be really quiet about it or something. Like I don't know. Um,
Well, it's RBS, isn't it, to some degree?
yeah, I don't think I have an RBF though. Actually,
Hmm.
I think like I would say like I'm a generally friendly person, even to men, not like flirty friendly, but like I think I am an approachable person, even in spite of like being attractive. Like I don't think I'm unapproachable, but I don't know. Maybe subconsciously I'm like putting off "don't talk to me" vibes to men, which is kind of helpful when you're married, but not so much when you're not.
I do feel there's something important in Mr. Douchebag. I do think there's something important there, because
Yeah.
normally you would say, oh, he was 6'4", dark, handsome, had
Yeah.
a motorcycle, and all the
No,
other women want, and this relative intelligent turnip seems to be a little
he was
bit
attractive, but he wasn't that attractive.
right,
But
right.
yeah,
And what was it that
I
drew
don't
you to him? There's something that was going
well,
on here. Yeah, what was it that drew you to him? Because it's not just a combination of, it's a combination of sleeping
I
with him
didn't
and then
have to
telling, hang on,
I
hang on,
didn't
hang on,
have
hang
to
on,
approach
hang
him.
on. I
Yeah.
gotta,
No,
I gotta
sorry,
be annoying.
sorry.
Just please let me finish my
No,
thoughts.
you're okay. You're okay.
So it's the combination of him not being that attractive, and
Mhm.
then you sleep with him, and then you immediately tell your boyfriend. That's the pattern that
Yeah,
I think we need to unravel, because I mean, that's a pretty cruel thing, of course, right? We
I
understand that,
know.
but it is sort of a hurtful, sort of punishing, blah blah blah, and because
Uh,
that's what you're receiving from your husband in a way, I think that's the pattern we kind of need to dig into.
I'm not
So
exactly
I
sure. Yeah.
think
You
if I
can
had
get
to,
what you
yeah, sorry, if I had to guess, and this is probably wrong, but if I had to guess, I would say it would probably be something like, you needed to slap your boyfriend around to toughen him up because he was too
maybe.
frickin'
He's
sweet.
too sweet.
Like, you ever have those desserts? Like, I have a sweet tooth,
Yeah,
but there are some
yeah.
desserts like toffee
Some
pudding.
desserts, it's
It's
like
like,
I can't
it's even too
finish.
sweet for me. And
Yeah.
if it's too sweet for me, it's too sweet. So it's almost like
But
you wanted to
then
cudgel him around to give him some calluses, or
yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
And then he started going to the gym. He
Well,
started I'm not joking. He started going to the gym and honestly, like he got into pretty good shape. But then that other little girl, the one he married,
the other little girl. Oh,
she
that's
not
so
she was
competitive.
He wasn't actually
You know, that
little.
other minor
that time,
he,
yeah,
that
the
girl
woman
guide that he picked up
expected.
and put in his windowless van, that one?
Yeah, exactly. She was not a little girl. She was our same age. But she was going to the gym too, and it was also the gym that I went to. And so that was kind of like weird.
Like, you'd all see
Because
each
that
other
was
at the
like
gym?
we would all see each other at the gym. This was before they had started dating. Um, it was like she would go with her friend, and he would go to the gym with like his friend or whatever, and they weren't going together. It was like just we had like one gym in our town. Um, so it wasn't that crazy,
Was she
but
going
yeah,
to get him to some
I
degree?
don't probably to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably to a certain
Oh,
degree.
I don't know how to use this machine. Yeah, okay.
Oh no. Yeah, no. Well, one of her best friends was like very into like weightlifting. She like whatever. Sometimes she eventually went on to do like, weightlifting, like bodybuilding kind of competitions. The friend did, and so she was like getting into that at that time and like bringing her friend in, and but yeah, so that was kind of weird. That was weird, a weird dynamic. But it's like funny. It's funny to think about it now. Like what kind of like high school drama TV show was
Yeah.
going on there?
Okay,
We
so
all go to the same
what
gym and we're
is
all working out.
yeah. What is your so did you view your first boyfriend, like the super nice guy,
Mhm.
did you view him as weak in a way?
Probably. I think I probably did.
Okay,
I
so
think I did. Yeah.
what's your
And
relationship to weakness?
ooh, like weakness in men
Let's start there.
or just generally.
No, let's start with weakness in men.
I guess like I actually just weakness in general is like shoot, I don't know. Like I've never thought about that. I have not ever thought about my relationship to weakness.
But if your first boyfriend was too nice,
Yeah.
and listen, there's nothing wrong with a little chivalry and so on, but to the
No.
point where he's worshipped, like throwing rose petals and worshiping the ground you
Yeah.
walk on, it's like, bro,
Yeah.
okay, come on, let's
Like, all right, you're
bring us
simping.
down to
You're
earth, right?
simping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I think one of your primary concerns with him was over worship or over deference, which is kind of like a weakness, because women
Mhm.
also want the man to be strong and competent and perhaps
Yeah.
a little aggressive from time to time.
Yeah.
I mean, the 50 Shades of Grey stuff obviously is a bit of an exaggeration, but
Yeah.
I think
I would say
women
so.
want that, and so I think a lot of women's relationship to weakness is to punch it up, to beat it up a
Mhm.
little, to toughen it up a little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the kid who they cry because they didn't catch the little boy who cries because he didn't catch the ball in baseball. It's like, get the hell
Mhm.
back out there and go catch the
Yeah.
ball.
Rub some dirt in it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
Um.
my question about the relationship you have with male weakness.
I don't think I view it very well. Like, I think I'm. I don't know if grossed out by it is the right description, but
Because the
maybe
male deference will give you power, and that can be seductive in a way. Oh, he'll do anything for
it's.
me. And you
I'm.
said, I want
Yeah.
some movie popcorn. He's like, I will go and get the movie popcorn
He
for
said,
you.
"Yes, mommy. Let's
Right.
go."
Right. So it gives you power and it's nice for a little bit, but then
Yeah.
doesn't it sort of begin to chafe on you a little?
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, well, why don't you just make the decision? Like, um, yeah, I don't know. Like, I definitely feel like my dad very much, like, did I don't know if he did instill hard work in me and my siblings, or at least me and my sister. He definitely did in me and my sister, for sure. And I feel like my brother has come around to hard work, but like I have never shied away from challenges, um, for the most part. Like, the degree I got was not a challenge. So I would say that's the main time that I've, like, shied away from challenges, like an actual legitimate challenge, but I don't feel like I feel like a decently confident person, and I don't feel like I have a lot of fear going into challenging situations, which is probably why, I was like, "Oh, let's marry my husband. This is a challenge." Like, maybe I was just seeking a challenge, like, a really big challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how is your father and your mother's relationship? You said there's been some infidelity and so on. So,
Yeah.
and
A
your
long,
mother
long time ago.
a long time.
yeah, a long time ago. Um, I would say that they have a pretty good relationship for the most part. I do think my dad, like, does, like what I referenced before, kinda give her the princess treatment. At least from my I don't know, my, like, view of it is, like, pretty warped now, I would say, after not receiving, like, a lot of affection, words of affirmation, or really any other kind of, like, um, I don't know, I guess, like, tangible sort of love. But he is very thoughtful. Um, he does My dad goes out of his way to show my mom love. I don't know how much my mom goes out of her way to show my dad love, honestly.
Well, you must have some idea. I mean, you know them about as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel like I see her, like, go out of her way to show him love a lot. Not like really try.
Well, what's the stuff that he does?
Like, just on any random given day, not like after a fight, he'll, like, get her flowers. And, like, he will serve. Like, he will cook meals for her. He will, you know like, one of the things that kinda made me feel like, "What the heck, mom?" was, on our trip when the latest, problem happened, with my husband. My mom had texted my dad when my dad was staying up and chatting, like, with my husband and brother-in-law and brother and cousin and stuff. They were just, like, having a boy chat, staying up real late, and, smoking cigarettes and stuff like that, doing man stuff. Um, she, I guess, texted my dad, like, to ask if he would come bring up her, like, whatever, nighttime vitamins or something, and all he texted her back was, "Can't." And she was, like, legitimately upset about it the next day, and
What?
I don't know, like, it just kinda seemed a little like, "Ooh, girl, like, you think that's bad? You think that's, like, a transgression? Really?"
Well, I mean, also your dad's trying to save your marriage, right?
Well, this was actually before stuff happened.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, this was, like, I think the night before. So,
Well, but who knows what they were talking about, right? Could have been something very
they
serious. And it's
were
like, but I
talking
need my
about a lot of
vitamins,
things.
right?
Yeah, "I need can you bring up my vitamins?" It's like, "Well, I didn't have my pants on, so I couldn't come down." It's like, "Well, put your pants on.
Right.
Put your pants on, baby girl. Come down and get your vitamins. You'll be alright."
That's interesting. Okay, so that's a fascinating interaction.
Yeah, it was very surprising to me, and, like, she was very frustrated the next day because he brought a bunch of sand up into their room, and she didn't even say anything to him about it. She just, like, put a broom in the bathroom and, like, I guess, like, sassily, like, walked away and asked him if he was, like, plastered last night or something. So, I don't know. It was strange to me.
And has she been a stay-at-home mom?
So she was a stay-at-home mom, until I was, like, I think I was 4 when she had at that point, like, she went and got her degree, in teaching to be a teacher, and my dad was a fireman, and, so she stayed home until I was about 4, and my sister was 6, so she was already school age. I was 4, and my brother was 2, and she went and she taught for a year, and then she came back and she was a stay-at-home mom for a couple more years, like, teaching. She just, like, I don't know, I guess, like, wanted to be more of a stay-at-home mom, and it just, like, wasn't what she anticipated, I guess. And then a few years later, she got her real estate, license and became a realtor, and then eventually she started her own brokerage. So it's not like she hasn't, like, worked hard, but she has worked hard on the back of my dad supporting her. Like, my dad has always had the steady job and, like, funded things. It's not like she hasn't had to struggle, if that makes sense, because they didn't start out, like, they are wealthy now, but they did not start out that way. Like, they got married at 17 and 18, and their parents were not rich. They were middle class. So they didn't, they weren't like trust fund babies or anything like that with that kind of support. Um, but they did get some parental support. But yeah, like I remember my mom talking about, like when we were little, it was like hamburger helper, like poor meals, and having to be very frugal and stuff like that.
Right. Okay. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche that an attractive woman can't figure out what to do, so she becomes a realtor. But hey, that's totally fine.
Watch who you're talking to. I have my real estate license too.
Really, another attractive woman
I do,
who's
yes.
going to become a realtor. Never heard of that before. Next thing you
Well,
know,
it's a family
attractive women.
business.
Next thing you know, attractive women will start thinking about pharmaceutical sales. You never know.
Oh, hell no.
Could be any number of
Absolutely
things.
not.
No, I get that for sure. And listen,
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're not a competent realtor. I'm sure your mum is as
I'm
well,
not.
but that does
I'm
tend to be.
not.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I've done one deal. I've
Okay.
done one deal. But it is the family business. It's not like I'm just trying to be my mom. Like, my uncle is in it, my sister's in it, my brother's in it, my dad's in it. Like,
All the good-looking people in
and
your family are
yeah,
realtors. All of them.
exactly. Go figure. Go figure. Yeah, all of them are in it. Like, it's become a family business, and it's my mom's business that they all work for, except my husband. My husband is the one black sheep. He's a realtor as well. Um, he's a realtor as well. But he's a commercial real estate agent. Um, and we are residential. So he's not in my mom's brokerage. He was, but he's not anymore. He's in a commercial real estate brokerage. So
Now, how serious? I mean, it sounds like your parents' faith is quite serious.
I don't know. Like, I don't know, honestly. Like, I know that they do care about it, but I know, like, my dad specifically has had, like, some crises of faith over the last, like, couple of years for sure. Um, just because he did have a really traumatic childhood, and he certainly did not process those things, and, yeah, I mean, like, I'm talking really heavy stuff. Like, he was essentially, like, his he was adopted, by the man that I was raised, like, called my granddad growing up. Um um, sorry, I'm trying to, like, make sure that I explain this cohesively.
Was he? Sorry to interrupt. Was he adopted because his
His dad
mother
was a
wanted to? Hang
womanizer.
on. You gotta
Yeah,
let me
I'm
finish my
sorry,
thoughts, please.
I have a problem with
All
that.
right.
Sorry.
So, was he adopted because his mother gave him up for adoption, or was he adopted because the authority from it?
No, so actually he got to stay with his mom. He stayed with his mom. There was an abuse situation, like a domestic violence situation with my grandma, his mom, and he they like wanted to get him away from his biological father, who was very much a womanizer.
Really,
And yeah, yeah,
really.
really.
But he was really good looking too. Anyways, go on. Now I'm
Yeah,
interrupting
and
you after
he
saying, please don't interrupt me. So
seemed
sorry.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm used to this. Like, I feel like I don't know. I feel like female conversations kind of flow like this, where there is a lot of interjection and back and forth and stuff, and it probably makes things take a lot longer. But I'm used to it, and it does not offend me. Not saying that it offends you or anything like that, but okay. What was I saying? Yeah. So my dad was at 4. This was at 4 years old. He was put in foster care for 3 months away from his mother while they were doing, I guess the legal proceeding stuff. And I don't know when this part happened. I know he was 4, but his half sister, who's an actual, like, I think clinical psychopath, we have no contact with her at this point. But she and either one of her friends or one of their cousins, like, they sodomized my 4-year-old dad with a broom or something, like, with something to falsify that his biological father raped him.
Oh my
So then,
God.
I don't know who I don't know if she was a lot older too. Like she was at least a teenager at this point. She was old enough to know better. Everyone's old enough to know better, I think.
No, I get
Um,
that, but I can imagine why they.
but she certainly knew better. I don't know if she came up with this idea. I don't know who came up with this idea. Um, Gosh, it's just so heartbreaking. Like I can't even conceive of that. That's genuine evil, in my opinion.
I completely agree, but do you have a theory
Yeah.
as to why they did that?
I mean, I guess like in her insane brain, or either she came up with the insane idea because it's like, well, this is a desperate situation and like they need to get him away from his bad dad. So this is the only way. It's like, well, there was domestic violence, so that kind of seems like it's enough. But I don't know. Like, I guess she just thought that was the only way that her little brother was like not going to be with his terrible dad.
I mean, that's one possibility, but if she's a
I
psychopath,
don't
she's not going to
know.
think about him.
Well, sure, that's true. That's very true.
Most likely they were being assaulted.
Being what?
Sexually assaulted by their own
Yeah,
father,
maybe.
and that's
Well,
hang on. So most likely they
yeah,
were being sexually assaulted by their own father, and this was the only way to get him out of the house as quickly as possible.
yeah. Well, so and it wasn't her dad. They don't share the same dad. They share the same mother.
Okay.
And there's a lot of weird stuff with my grandma. Like, there's weird stuff with my grandma. Like, my grandma, like, consistently chose men over her two children. Like, just always would choose men over her own children. And I do think that her like first child, her daughter, like, I'm sure terrible things were happening to her. But like, also, she did not have a dad. Like her dad was not in the picture, as far as I know. There was a lot of like with the guy that my grandma said was her dad. It was like, I don't think I'm her dad. My grandma's been married like 5 times. So there was a lot of that. And yeah, I'm trying to think of where I was going exactly. But oh, like at one point my grandma left her daughter with her parents, with my grandmother's parents. And she just was like, I'm gonna go live in France for a while, and was like, I guess chasing after some guy. So that was before my dad was born. And she met my dad's biological father because she was a teacher. It's crazy. She was a teacher and the school was taking the students on a ski trip. And my dad's biological father was dating one of her high school students. And he like met up with the student that he was dating on the trip and ended up like really liking my grandma, I guess. And then they got married and had my dad. And then the domestic violence situation happened, and then she left him. And yeah, got, I guess, full custody of my dad. And then eventually she remarried my granddad, who had been married, was a lot older than my grandma. And he was like a pretty hard guy, like a tough guy. Like he loved her, but he was a tough guy. Like he was allegedly like part of, kind of a local mob in the 80s. He was a hard guy, like a tough guy. And he had a really long marriage before that, like a 20-something year marriage. He had a lot of older kids. And when him and my grandmother got married, he did not treat my dad well. Like he was very rough with him, like pretty, I would say, emotionally and maybe like sometimes physically abusive. Like I would consider it that. I don't know if like back then it would have been considered that. I don't know. Just because I feel like there are different standards. But he treated my little bitty dad at like 5 years old, like really, really aggressively. And that it didn't change. He didn't start like really treating him like a loving father would until my dad was like 9. And I think at that point my granddad had found religion, like he had found his Christian faith and started taking that seriously. And he like legally adopted my dad. They changed my dad's last name, and yeah. And then from that point on, as far as I know, it was like he was walking like a very straight, narrow path. But it was my dad. Yeah, my dad had a very, very traumatic childhood, and then that granddad, so who we consider my dad's dad, like who really raised him, um, he died, and my mom's dad died within like 4 months of each other when I was like 4 or so. So that was very traumatic. Yeah. So I don't know. Do you have any questions?
Well, I have a significant degree of compliments, if you can handle those.
You have what?
I have a significant number of compliments. Handle those.
Oh, okay.
Well, because if you look at what's going
That's not
on,
what I expected.
yeah, no, if you look at what's going on between you and your husband and compare to what was going on in your grandparents' lives, you guys are like thousands of light years ahead in terms of functionality. No, I'm not kidding about this. I'm not kidding
that's
about
so
this.
true.
Like
I know. It's just like
taking
hilarious.
taking a
Like,
gene pool from like
not actually hilarious,
psycho
but
to healthy is not a one generation activity.
yeah. Yeah.
It's like if you want your kids to be taller and you
I'm
come from a
sorry, I
really
don't know
short
why this is
family,
so
it's a
fun.
whole couple of generations. And so
Yeah.
your grandparents and I assume their parents sound like completely deranged, off the charts, amoral. And then like from hell to heaven is not one generation, right? So then it
Yeah.
sounds like your parents did better and you were
I
doing
think
better.
they solved a lot of dysfunctionality. What I really can't, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You go right ahead.
No, my point. Go ahead.
Okay. What I will say is me and my siblings, like my parents have sacrificed, even both of them, really. Like they have sacrificed and sacrificed and sacrificed for their family. Like that I would say they are like pretty morally sound people. I know that they did really screw up like at the beginning of their marriage, but I would say that they are very moral, like they do have strong morals. They do. Like my dad, yeah, definitely my dad. My mom does too, but I think my dad has very, very strong moral character.
Right.
In spite of his mistakes, and they're both very, very strong-willed people.
So, yeah, so I
Yes.
was just pointing out, if you look at the difference between how your father was treated and how your children are treated, it's like an entirely different planet.
Yeah.
That's the part of the praise
Yeah.
that I was saying, that, clearly your father wrestled with some demons and cast them down, and you're wrestling with
Yeah.
some demons and are casting them down, and your children will have even fewer demons to wrestle with and cast
Mhm.
down, and that's just
Yeah.
incredibly impressive overall.
Well, I appreciate the words of encouragement.
But then we have an additional challenge, or something
Yeah.
I'm curious about, which is
Yeah.
if your father is of high moral character, and would you say, not that we're going to try and condemn your husband from top
No.
to toe, but I don't think at the moment you would say that your husband is of particularly high moral character.
I think the thing that's hard about it is, and this might just be like me being too close to it and also like just wanting to defend him because I do love him. I think that he has and believes in morals. I think he like has moral character. I think it is so um I just think he's so undisciplined. Like I think he just gives in to whatever pleasure he wants. And I just think he makes a lot of really, really selfish decisions without considering his family. Or even
Which is kind of the
in
definition of not high moral character, just so you know, right?
well, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Like I think in theory, I want to believe and he wants to believe that he has high moral character. It's not that he's not like I think he's capable of it. I think he's capable of exercising it and actually putting into practice. I think he talks a lot about moral character and stuff. And I think he's very intelligent, and I think he's, like he did tell me a little bit about y'all's therapy session. And that you say he has narcissistic tendencies. And I think that's part of it. It's like I talk about these things and I think about these things, all of these good and virtuous things, and these morals. So I am better than everybody else, and like I am really good, and I make good moral choices and everything. But then when it comes down to the moment of, do I cheat on my wife or do I not cheat on my wife? He's choosing his pleasure. Or it almost even feels like the question isn't even there, like in the moment.
Yeah, sorry, just to tidy one thing up, I'm not a therapist, I'm just a philosophy guy, and I certainly can't diagnose anyone with any mental health conditions. I just wanted to, I think there certainly is a certain amount, I just want to be clear about that. So there is a certain amount of selfishness for sure. So tell me what drew you to him back in the day, to the point where you're married in, 3 or 4 months and pregnant in 4 or 5?
I mean, it was immediate, but yeah.
Okay,
I got pregnant
but what
immediately.
was immediate? I mean, what was the attraction?
I got pregnant immediately.
Right, but
Literally immediately.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, so we met through mutual friends, because you're just gonna think this is like so ridiculous, and like cliche because of the attractiveness. But I will preface this by saying we are attractive people. We are not actual models. But I was doing a favor for a friend, and like being a model for this like literal like house development, like a neighborhood development. They were doing some advertising for that, and he was doing the same thing for a different friend. And they put us together as
you
a
both
fake
met
couple.
on a modeling shoot?
Literally.
Oh, no.
Literally. And I have pictures and video from the
Wow.
first time we ever met, which is really cool. But anyway, so they put us together as a fake couple, and like, one, he's really handsome, shocker. And two, like, he was smart and funny and handsome, and I thought he was confident. Turns out he's not. Like, he's a pretty insecure person, actually.
Well, looks gives you
Yeah.
fake confidence. It's like inheriting a bunch of
Yeah.
money. It gives you fake
Yeah.
confidence. You think you have value,
Yeah.
but it's just stuff you inherited. So it
Yeah.
doesn't mean you can't
Yeah.
have confidence if you're good looking, but it gives you an artificial confidence, particularly when you're young, right?
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, so that's and we also, well, not at that point. We hadn't talked about our faith. But I was like, this guy is super handsome, and like, he really made me laugh, even just on that little short walk that we had. And I just thought it was interesting, and yeah, and I was like, well, interestingly enough, too, the person that I was supposed to be put with as the fake boyfriend was the guy that I had a crush on from my friend group, and he backed out. And then my husband was the guy. So yeah, that's how we met, and I was very interested in, like, at that point I was like, "You know what, God," like I had said like a month prior probably. I was like, "You know what, God, like I'm just chilling, and you can send me a husband whenever you want. I'm just chilling right now. Like I'm gonna do whatever. However long it takes for you to send me the person that I'm supposed to be with, like it's fine." And then so at that point I'm like, I'm not actively trying to date anyone, but I'm like open to it. I'm like, if this is like what's meant to be, then it will be. And so I hang around at the photo shoot after, and I'm like trying to be subtle about it. I'm just like, hanging around because I know he's still there. And I'm like, "Oh, I wish he would like come ask for my number." And he never did. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm just gonna like put my business cards down and just like on a table, and if it happens, it happens. And then I go home, and like I can't stop thinking about him, like, and just the idea of this. And so I'm like, you know what? This guy has a weird name. I'm gonna look him up on Facebook. And I look him up on Facebook and I send him a friend request. And I'm like, well, if he was interested in me at that point, then he'll accept my friend request. And it took like a week because he's not a big social media person. But he finally went on Facebook and he accepted my friend request. And then he asked me on a date. And then the rest was history. We were attached from the hip after that.
And how long until you guys slept with each other? Again, don't talk about anything you're not comfortable with, but if it's...
Like, honestly, it is embarrassing to say, but literally like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Which is insane.
All right.
But yeah.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. And so we slept with each other and we continued sleeping with each other for 2 months. And then we had a month of celibacy before we decided to be married.
Because God's got a very short-term memory? What do you mean, month of celibacy?
No, not like that. Not like that. For mental clarity and to not be like, this is so silly. Like, thinking about it now, it's like, you needed more time, girlfriend. And he needed more time. But just for some more mental clarity, biologically,
Yeah, it doesn't really work that way though, right?
As far as I know, it kind of does.
Well, your body
to
already...
make a true...
Sorry, one of the challenges, of course, just biologically, is that your body thinks it's pregnant when you start having sex, because that's how we evolved, right? Over whatever time you think we evolved, but your body thinks you're pregnant, and so your body pair bonds with sexual, especially women, right? More so. We men tend to be a little bit more disposable that way. Mm-hmm. But your body thinks you're pregnant.
You're pregnant when you start having sex?
Sure, because historically, especially as a young woman, when you start having sex, your body thinks it's pregnant, because that's pretty much what happened when young people started having sex throughout all of our evolution.
Mm. Yeah, I've never heard that.
But you can understand the argument, right?
I can certainly understand like a hormonal bonding from it.
Right. I mean, that's what would have happened historically, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess like time away from doing that, shouldn't that kind of...
Well, no, because your body already thinks it's pregnant. So if you stop having sex, your body doesn't think it's undone the pregnancy.
Why would your body think it's pregnant if you're just having sex, if you're not pregnant? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Because historically, if you start having sex with someone, then you're pregnant, which means, historically, that's what would happen. So the pair bonding chemicals go in with the sexual activity.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
that part I understand.
Right. So your body releases the hormones of pair bonding and attachment as if it's pregnant, because that's what is going to happen, is you're going to get pregnant.
Well, but there are different hormones that are released when you're pregnant.
Sure.
Than when you're not.
Agreed. I absolutely agree.
So I guess that's the part I'm not understanding.
Well,
but it doesn't matter. This is like a weeds. We're in the weeds.
Sorry, I'm not saying that your body releases pregnancy hormones as if it's pregnant. Mm-hmm. Your body releases pair bonding hormones and chemicals as if you're pregnant.
As if you're pregnant. Okay, that makes sense to me. That was the disconnect.
And that's why I say, like, if you take a month off, it doesn't undo all of that.
Yeah, it doesn't undo the pair bonding hormones as if you are pregnant and bonded to this person forever, like through a pregnancy, I guess.
Okay, so you fell a little prey to a tiny sin, which actually kind of characterizes the modern world, called lust.
Yeah.
He's good looking, he's charming, he's funny. Uh-huh. And did you know much about his family history and his childhood and all of that?
I definitely knew some. I felt like I knew a lot, but I don't even think he knew all of it at that point. But like the stuff that I knew was pretty rough stuff.
And did you
at that point, I didn't know about the stuff that had happened, all of the stuff that had happened in my family. I knew there was some bad stuff, but I didn't know all of it.
Right. So neither of you had a very clear view of each other's families of origin, right? Because the families of origin is kind of what you're marrying into, right? You looked at him as an individual. You didn't look at him as part of a system too much, which is like, okay, I get these in-laws, I get these brother-in-laws, sister-in-law, I get his whole history, and these are going to be the people who are going to be influential in our marriage and raising our children and so on. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and his family hasn't really been any of those things. Like, they live in a different state. His dad doesn't live in a different state. He lives in a different city. He's like remarried and everything. But they're like barely involved in our lives. It's not, I don't think they I don't think they really know how to be involved in our lives because, his dad, I'm sure you remember, his dad went to prison when he was 6 and never really was able to reintegrate with his kids. Um, his wife moved on.
Okay, so hang
And
on. So when did you find out in the dating life? When did you find out that his father had gone to prison for 7 years?
Oh, I feel like I learned pretty early on.
Okay.
I feel like I learned pretty early on, and I think I was sunshine and rainbowing it because at that point was living with his dad. He had moved from the state that he grew up in, and he was living with his dad and like trying to kind of rebuild that relationship, and that fell flat. But at that point, like I did not realize how bad the relationship was with his dad. Um,
And did you know that his father was, at least to some degree, an unrepentant criminal who felt a little bit like a
no,
victim?
no, I did not. But even if I had, I don't think that would have changed anything for me, to be honest, because I think I would have sunshine and rainbowed it and just been like, well, he's a miracle and he's going to be amazing. And he's like, he's not
Sorry,
his
he being
dad.
who?
My husband. Sorry.
Your husband is a miracle. Yeah, but I mean, that's still the
Yeah.
dad, right? You're marrying into a
That's
family.
still, yeah. I mean, yeah, technically.
What do you mean technically? It's not technically,
I
it's
just
for
mean
real.
when they're not involved, it's hard to even view it as really marrying into a family when they're not involved.
Well, but you don't know how involved they're going to be when you
Yes,
first get
that's
together.
true.
And also, it's one thing to say, well, my parents-in-law are not that involved in my family, but
Mhm.
I mean, you and I both know who tends to take care of aging parents, and it ain't the dudes.
That's true. Well, and also, yeah, he is unrepentant, but I also do like him, actually. He is a likable guy, like, for the
Well, of
most
course he's a
part.
likable guy.
Yeah,
He was a con
yeah.
man.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But I also do like my mother. I do like my mother-in-law for the most part. She is also a likable person, and I also do like his stepmom. She is very likable.
Okay, what does
She's the
likable have
best
to
one
do
of
with
all of them.
anything?
Well, like, if I had to take care of them in their old age, like, I would rather not be with a crotchety, like, someone that's
But
crotchety.
you're a Christian. What does likable have to do with anything? Okay, quick
Well,
question. Oh, Christian, was Jesus liked by most people in his environment?
that's a good point.
What does
No.
likable have to do
But
with anything?
like, and I get
Jesus
your
says, I've
point.
come to bring a war between parents
Yeah,
and children.
that's true.
He's
He does
whipping
say
people
that.
in the temple.
Yeah,
He's getting in trouble with the Jews. He's
true.
getting in trouble with the Romans. His guy's literally nailed to a cross. And you're like, well, the most important thing is likability.
Yeah, I know. I do get that. Well, I guess just like my thought process now, like I'm already in it, like, and if it is my duty to take care of them in their old age, then I will do that, and I will do it faithfully. And it's
No,
better.
no, I get all of that.
It would be better
hang
to
on.
like have to do that with someone likable than someone that you just find completely, like crotchety and just.
But how about
You know what I mean?
somebody who's moral?
Yeah,
No,
that's way
don't give
better.
me, like, okay, well, I guess there's that minor consideration
I
as
know.
well.
That's the best. That is the best case scenario. Yeah.
Well, it's not a best case scenario. That's like, well, if
That's
you
probably
find that
pretty
1 in a
reasonable.
billion people who's moral or
Well,
decent or
no,
not
yeah.
in criminal jail for 7 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking about winning the lottery here. We're having some basic
Yeah.
moral standards in your relationships. Now, I understand you're already in it, and I get all of that. That's not the point. The point of this conversation, of course, fundamentally, is not to go back in time and have you change different. We can't do that. The point is to have your choices so well that you can prevent your children from repeating your mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, it is. And that's what I keep coming back to, like in these.
Because, okay, you have, sorry to interrupt,
time.
you have a daughter, right?
I do, and a son.
And a son. Okay. So your son is going to be good looking, funny, and charming.
And my daughter is probably going to be the same thing.
And your daughter is going to be attractive and funny. And, and the thing is, too, like, y'all are not just attractive, you're very intelligent and very verbal. which is great, like good for you. That, I mean, it's largely genetic, but whatever, we'll take it as a plus, right?
Yeah.
So your daughter is going to have, when she gets into her teens, guys floating around her who are good looking, funny, and charming.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how are you going to keep her safe then?
Yeah. That
You're
is
going to
the
have to
question.
tell her what?
You can't be fooled. Like,
Oh,
you
no, you
gotta.
can be fooled. She only exists
Well,
because you were fooled. So she sure can be fooled. What are you going to tell
that's
her?
true. I mean, you have to be wise, and you have to be slow and guard yourself and seek
Yeah, that's
wisdom.
okay. That's all very well and good. But
What am I missing? What am I missing?
okay, you have to. Okay, my formulation is that love.
Tell her that she has power over people.
Well, sure, that's all important as well. But love is our emotional response to virtue if we're virtuous.
Mm.
Now, you want her to fall in love with a good
With a virtuous man.
right?
Yeah.
And so telling her she needs to protect herself, that's fine. But how?
From what?
Well, from what? Yeah, from
what
guys
and
who
how?
are smooth talking and good looking.
Yeah. From what and how?
And the good looking is not a problem. I have no issue with looks. I think looks are great. We evolved them for a reason, and they usually are markers of good genes and all of that. So that's great. So I have no problem with the looks. It's great. Being smooth talking or being convincing. I mean, I have a little bit that way. Of course, you're in real estate, so you have it that way as well. So and there's nothing wrong with that either. But the foundation of the marriage, I can't believe I'm saying this to a Christian, the foundation of the marriage is morals.
Yeah. I know, it's embarrassing.
So that's what you need to tell your kids.
Yeah.
That you need to choose a virtuous man. Because love requires trust, and trust requires virtue. Because only people who are virtuous can be trusted to at least aim in the right direction. And if there's a deviation, you can call them out and say, hey, that was not according to your values, and so on. Now, your parents, I assume, because you said that they were not in approval of your then boyfriend, what did they say? Did they say that he is of questionable character, or what was their objection?
It was that they saw through his words. They were like, he says all these things, but he doesn't have a plan to actually do these things, like provide for you, make sure that you're safe, just stuff like that.
But that's, in a sense, appealing to your practical side, right? Because a man can provide for you and keep you safe if he's Tony Soprano or some criminal, or, if he doesn't get caught and stuff like that, right?
I was just thinking about The Sopranos yesterday.
I'm sorry?
That's so funny that you mentioned that. I was just thinking about The Sopranos yesterday.
Right. And not that it's his fault, of course, but he does come from a crime family and has a good relationship with an unrepentant ex-criminal. Right?
A good relationship is a stretch.
Okay,
I would say
relationship.
But they're not on bad terms.
Right. Okay,
exactly.
But it's a relationship. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's nice that your parents talked about some practical aspects. In other words, well, we don't know if he can provide for you, and then you say, oh, he just won the lottery, and they say, well, that's great.
Great, he can provide for you.
Because providing is fine, but it has to do with the ethics of the provision, right?
Yeah. Well, okay, I will mention one aspect. So during the time that we were dating, he moved out of his dad's house, and he was just he was so done with living there that he just decided to live out of his car for a while. And of course, I came to the rescue, mommy style, and I said, just come live with me in my condo for a little bit.
I'm sorry, how long into your dating?
Not long. We only dated for 3 months.
Don't hedge with me, young lady.
I don't even know.
Weeks?
I'm trying to even. Oh, it was more than a month.
Okay.
Because I was living with my sister, and she would not have allowed that. She would have thrown a fit if she didn't know him, literally at all.
Right.
Which, I mean, that's relative. But
my new boyfriend is living in his car because his dad is an unrepentant ex-criminal. Have him come move in with us.
I know.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
Kind of.
Yeah, but he didn't come live there. He stayed probably a week. But I should just let his ass live in the car. I should have let him live in the car and figure it out. And refinement by fire, I suppose, and let him figure it out, and not rescue him. But before that, he had a dog for quite a few years, and he loved that dog, and he took care of that dog. He had that dog when he was at his dad's, but when he moved out, he's like, I can't keep this dog. And so he went and he took him to the animal shelter. And the dog had a happy story. He literally he got adopted and went to live on a farm literally days later. But my parents
I'm
were
sorry. How
so
do you know that?
well because he called. He called to ask.
Your husband said this, or your boyfriend at the
Yes.
time?
Yes, my boyfriend at the time called to see because he was he regretted his choice. And he called and he asked, he's like, "Hey, is he still there?" Because he was, I guess, going to go get him.
How old was the dog?
I don't know, a couple years at least.
Okay. I mean, it just sounds
can't-
unbelievable. It sounds like, oh, the dog, he's living on a farm. It's like the greatest dog heaven ever known to
Well,
man. It
no,
just
I don't
sounds a little
actually
sketchy,
know.
but what do I know,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if he was actually on a farm, but they told us where the person that adopted him lived, and that's kind of like a rural community. So it's kind of like we filled in the blanks.
I
But
didn't even
either
know.
way,
Sorry, I know it's not like human adoption, but I didn't know you could just find out where your dog was. Because I mean, what if you've changed your mind? You want to go get it back? I thought that was a little bit more
Yeah.
private, but what do I know, right?
They
So-
wouldn't give him. No, they didn't tell him the intimate details of it. They told him a city, but that's not. There's nothing more than that, because that wouldn't be enough to go get your dog back.
Wait, a city or a farm?
Not a farm. That's what I've filled in the blanks with. He just is living on a farm because the city that he was told is a rural type of area. I'm not talking about the city. I'm talking about a city. So a
Okay,
town.
yeah, I don't. I'm sorry. I keep asking the
Does
questions.
that make sense?
It seems a little sketchy, but again, what do I know? So, okay, so he had a
Yeah.
dog, and you can't have the dog in the car. Was that
You
the
gotta-
idea?
Yeah, I guess so.
And
I think that
So
was
he was
what it was.
26 years old.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry, go
Actually,
ahead.
no. He was 26. It wasn't. There was an issue with his stepmom because he was still living at his dad's house. They had an issue with one of their pets, and it was they made him give up his dog. But then he gave up his dog, and then I guess decided to live in his car. So I don't know if he was trying to get him back and gonna have him live in the car with him or what that was gonna be. But I'm
Okay, so
pretty
he's
sure.
26 years old,
Yes.
and he's living in his car. Why was he
Mhm.
26 years old? I mean, 10 years in the workplace with no savings.
Well, no, he wasn't 10 years in the workplace with no savings.
26, most people start to get their job mid-late teens, right?
Well, yeah, most people do. But he did have some jobs. He worked for his family's catering company. Um, I don't Yeah, I guess he didn't have any savings.
Oh, come on. You're an intelligent woman. Do you think
Well,
people go
no,
live in their
yeah.
cars if they have any savings?
Yeah, no, they don't.
Okay, so you
They
know
don't.
savings, and you knew that right away. And again, I'm not saying that's the end of the world, but I'm just like, why did he not have any? Maybe this was what, I'm sorry, maybe this is what your father was
Yeah.
a tad alarmed about.
No, yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
my new boyfriend's living in his car and he's 26.
Well, I don't think they knew that.
You mean you withheld it
Because
from them?
well, yeah, probably.
So
I probably
you
didn't
say
say
they didn't
anything
know
about it.
that, like
sounds
they're supposed to have a
characteristic.
GPS tracker on the
Mhm.
guy. I mean, you got to tell
So
your parents stuff.
Yeah. When he asked to marry me, he was living with they're still our good friends. They're quite a bit older. I think he's in his 60s and she is either just now in her 50s or on the cusp. But he was living with them. He lived with them for a while.
And I'm sorry, who are they though? Like, are they family friends or?
They are actually friends that we met through church, through the foreign church that he went to. The husband is a pastor.
Sorry, when you say foreign
And,
church, I'm not sure what that means.
Well, it's not not like a regular Protestant church. It is a Japanese church. Because
What?
Why
Why
yeah,
is he
I
going
know
to a
he's
Japanese church?
Because he has always been very interested in Japanese culture and was interested in like becoming a missionary in Japan at some point. So that was also something that was added to like my parents' stress, like because he's talking about that, like taking me away to a foreign country. Like they were rightfully worried about human trafficking. Um, Thinking back on it now, like that was very logical.
So he was
I don't
talking to your parents after a couple of weeks or a month or two of dating you about taking you to Japan on a
3
mission.
months. No, he wasn't talking about taking me to Japan yet, but like talking about future life plans. Future life plans of like eventually moving to Japan and like living life as missionaries.
Eventually
Which is
moving to
totally
Japan,
different at all,
so they would have zero access to their grandchildren.
Yeah.
And your boyfriend thought that this was going to be what, like a winning move with your parents? I'm going to take your daughter away to the other side of the planet. You'll never see
And
your
I don't
grandchildren.
Yeah, I don't think it was. I mean, he is a smart guy, so no, I don't think it was like I don't think he was trying to have it be a winning move.
Well, what do you
Um,
think he was trying to do in saying this?
I mean, I guess prepare them for like what he truly like thought was our life was gonna eventually look like.
I don't think so. Because that would
What do
be to
you
be
I mean,
like
what do you
really
think?
thoughtful about other people's feelings, and based upon the call from last week, that's not something that really happens.
Yeah.
No, it was to test your parent, unconsciously, I would assume, it was to test your loyalty to your parents and your parents' credibility with you.
Mm,
Are these people going to pose an obstacle for me maybe gaining more authority or control over my wife?
mm. Well, and I wasn't even his wife at that point
I
when
know.
we were talking about all of this.
I know.
I was just his girlfriend. It was very audacious.
It's a wild thing to say to
Yeah.
parents, is that I'm taking your daughter out of your
Well,
life completely. I mean, listen,
yeah.
seriously, can you imagine somebody
Yeah.
saying that to you about your daughter when she's older? Yeah, she's going to the other side of the world. You'll never see your grandkids.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they didn't just like whatever. They didn't just roll over and take it or anything. I mean,
But
I
he
guess
won.
like yeah, he won. But it was like I know at one point my dad like threatened him because they were worried about the human trafficking thing. He was like, "You can try whatever you want, but I have the resources and the energy. I will find her wherever she is if you take her somewhere." And like
Oh my God.
was very aggressive about it.
Is your dad
Or not.
Liam Neeson?
Yeah, apparently.
I will find
I will find you and I will kill you.
Yes, that's right.
Uh,
Oh my
which
God, this is like
I
some
mean,
Wild West showdown. I feel like
I
my
know.
dating life has been really boring.
Yeah, it probably has. Good for you.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Good for you. You don't have to brag. Um, but yeah, so like thinking about it now, I'm like, you stupid girl. Like, what were you thinking?
No, but to be fair, he is very good looking.
So what? Yeah, I think there was a lot of like I was still I think pretty insecure at that point in my looks because I like did compare myself to my sister a lot. Um and yeah, it was just like he is very very good looking. He is also the kind of person that walks into the room and like
Yeah, I mean, he's
women
got
are like,
18-year-olds necking with him on the beach, right?
yeah. I mean, okay, but that 18-year-old is not hotter than me. I will say that. And whether or not it's right or not, that does bring me a little bit of comfort. So,
Sorry, this is a corner of femininity that most men fail to enter out of fear.
mhm,
So
yeah,
you feel some consolation that the 18-year-old is not hotter than you.
yes, I do a little bit, which is stupid, but it just, I don't know, like it helps me to understand even more like that this is not my fault.
Sorry, what is not your fault?
Like what happened, the choices he made, it's not my fault.
Oh, no, sorry. What are you talking about? It's not your fault.
That
You
he
chose to date him. You
chose
chose to sleep with him. You chose to have him move in. You chose to marry him. You
Okay,
chose
but
to
at the
give him
end of
2
the
children.
day
Hang on. What do you mean it's not your
yeah,
fault?
it's not my fault that he made his choice.
You chose
Like,
him.
I
You
know, but
chose
I
him when
didn't.
he's 25 years old or 26 years
Yeah.
old and living in a car.
Yeah,
What do you mean it's not your fault? You
but
chose
at the end
him.
of the Yes, I guess
I mean, it's true that that dog had chewed on 12 children beforehand, but it's not my fault that he bit my children
yeah,
when I brought him into the home.
yeah,
I didn't choose. It's like, but he's here and in your life because of your choice.
yeah,
Please don't transmit to your children that you're a victim.
yeah. No, I don't. I guess I don't. I don't.
He had red flags all over the place.
Yeah, he did. He did. It's like surprise, surprise.
He had red. Listen, I'm not
I
saying
just
he's a
mean,
terrible
like,
guy or
I
anything.
don't
I'm not.
have
Listen, I'm not saying he's a
control over
terrible
his
guy or anything
choices.
like that. But he had red flags, and you had your father,
Yeah.
threatening to hunt him down like a
Mhm.
rabid dog, and you had your
Mhm.
parents saying, "Do not move forward with this."
Mhm.
And you had red flags up the yin yang,
Mhm.
and now you're saying, "Well, it's not my fault." I don't know about fault, but you made the choice.
I'm not. Let me clarify. I know that I'm not saying like I'm a victim. I don't want it to come off like that. Or at least I don't think I'm saying I'm a victim. What I don't have control of his actual decisions. Like, I can't control exactly what he does. I can control his involvement in my life and
You
like if I
chose,
choose
hang
to
on,
let him in.
he's in your life
Yeah.
because you chose him against the good
Yeah.
advice of people who knew a hell of a lot
Mhm.
better.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
of course, it's kind of a trivial thing to say that you can't physically, you are not his brain. You cannot physically control
Mhm.
his actions. Yes, we all understand that.
Yeah.
That doesn't really add
Yes.
much to the conversation. But he's in your
Well,
life because you wanted him there, and you kept wanting him there, and you keep
Yeah.
wanting him there. And I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but he is in your life, and his choices affect you because of your
Yes.
choices.
Yes. That's true. I guess what I mean is like I guess my moral judgment is off, but my personal moral character, I would say, is not. And I don't know, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am, like, deluded, and I know that I have a tendency to lean towards self-righteousness.
Okay, and
So
I'm
I
certainly
could
happy to hear the case. So you chose
I
a guy of sketchy character and no
Yeah.
success, based
Mhm.
based almost entirely on his looks and charm.
Mhm.
Okay, that's not wise.
No, it is not. I have not been wise, and I have also not been, like, strong in, like, when I know it's like, "This is bad. This is really bad. I need to do something serious." Not doing that.
And what is it that you need to do that you feel you failed at?
Like, I don't know, like setting a legitimate ultimatum, like, if this behavior doesn't stop, like, we're gone, like, I'm taking the kids and we're leaving, and we're not gonna live together anymore, and we're not going to live as husband and wife
Okay,
unless
and I
something
understand that.
completely
That's going to be
changes.
pretty terrible for your kids, though. Like, there are no good
Well, I'm
choices at this point, unless he
Yeah.
has some miraculous come to Jesus moment about virtue. But I mean, you have.
I'm
Okay,
not saying
sorry, go
him
ahead.
away from kids. It would be more like, I would be willing to have like a co-parenting situation, like an amiable co-parenting situation.
Well,
Um,
but he's just going to go
but
and
it would
start.
still be hard if things didn't change.
No, but he's a really good looking guy who's charming and funny.
I
He's
know.
just going to go start dating other women, and it's going
Yeah,
to be tougher for
probably.
you because you're going to be a single mom. I know it's not
Yeah,
fair, but it is what it is, right?
yeah. So what is your suggestion? Like, how do I like, how do you remedy this? Like, how do you remedy this? How do you heal from this kind of thing?
Well, what is it that you want him to do that would be the best for you?
I want him to develop his moral character and exercise it and, like, just become a moral person, like, not become so selfish. I want him to not drink at all. Like, it's just, like, not because it just seems to perpetuate everything. All of his bad decisions, his depression, it seems to just perpetuate everything.
And what about
And
his income?
I would like him to start providing for our family regularly.
And over the last, sorry, just remind me, how long have you been married?
6 years.
6 years. Over the last 6 years, how many of those years has he been providing the majority or at least half of the income?
I mean, trying to think about this realistically. Like, I would say probably like 3 years.
Okay, so for 3 years, he provided half or more
Maybe.
of the income.
Well, yeah, I mean, there were times where it was just like, I'm just trying to like trust him that he's gonna like figure it out and just kind of let him try to figure it out, like to get his business going and get things, get some regular finances coming in. And so I was just focusing on being a mom.
No, I'm
And
not talking about you. We're just focusing on him for a moment.
no, I know. I'm just saying so during that time I wasn't like bringing in income. I was just focused on being a mom. I was not doing income producing activities.
But that's when
And then
he
it
was
was like
covering the income.
he was trying to. There was not income coming in for a
Sorry,
long time.
I asked you, just help me understand. You've been together 6 years. I asked you,
Yeah.
how many of those years has he provided half or more of the income? You said 3 years. So now if you say there's no income
don't
coming
even
in, I'm very
know.
confused.
No, there was a time where there was no income coming in. Like, there have been times where there's no income coming in. And the thing is, too, with real estate, it's like those are not consistent, like, paychecks.
No,
It's
but
like,
they're large when they
yeah,
come in, so you're supposed to save to
yes,
smooth it out, right?
they're large. Yes, yes, yes. Um, I don't know. I guess, like, it's hard for me to even because, like, the first year of marriage, he did have a steady job, like, throughout all of 2020, I think, or at least, like, a good portion of 2020. But I also had some savings, a little bit of savings, not anything crazy, like $4,000. So we were also like kind of living on that too, if things were sparse.
Sorry, what do you mean if things were sparse? He had a steady job. How does a steady job
Well,
be sparse?
I'm trying to remember because like pregnancy brain is a real thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Yeah,
And I was pregnant during that time,
right.
and then I was postpartum during that time.
Uh-huh.
So like the memories are kind of fuzzy.
But your
I
savings got
think,
depleted while he had a full-time job.
yeah. Oh, well, I don't think it was during the time he had a full-time job. I think from what I can recall, it was like he had a steady job and then he quit the steady job to start roofing, which is a commission-based type of thing, and that didn't work out. And then it was like he just is like hopping around to different like commission-based jobs like real estate. And yeah, I mean,
And so he's in his early 30s. Does he have any kind of career or specialized skills to make money?
now he's been in commercial real estate for a couple of years. So he has learned a lot. And I don't know, I think he's like on the cusp of getting to consistent income with that.
Okay, so just roughly, and you don't have to give me exact figures, what did he make last year as a commercial real estate agent?
I honestly don't even know.
Okay, how can you not know?
I don't even know.
How can you not
Yeah,
know?
I know.
Just roughly.
Because well, like, oh, shoot. Like, I mean, it's like poverty level for sure.
Like 10 grand, 20 grand, 5 grand, 15?
Probably like no more than 20 grand.
Okay. So, and was that him working full time?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so
Yeah.
he's working full time and he's making $10 an hour.
Yeah.
And he's been in it for a couple of years.
He's been in it for 2 years because he decided to make this change when, and I was in support of it, stupidly, when I first got pregnant with our son.
That's your second pregnancy or first?
Second.
Second, okay. So second
Uh-huh.
pregnancy, he
And so
says,
that's
I'm doing
almost been
commercial
2
real
years.
estate. You say, go for it. And he makes virtually nothing after 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why do you think, and it could be the case, I don't know much about commercial real estate, why do you think that he's on the cusp of making big money?
Because he is switching brokerages to a way more structured brokerage, and he's going to be like under somebody that actually will train him properly. And I think he'll have a lot more structure to the schedule. Like this other brokerage that he's been in, it's been kind of just like, just figure it out.
Okay, so he's been working full time. I assume he's only sold 1 or 2 properties. Is that right?
Well, sold, yeah, but like leasing and stuff. Leasing has also been, those are pretty good paychecks too. It's like he's made a couple of pretty good paychecks from it, but nothing consistent. and nothing big enough to where it's like we're like doing really good. You know what I mean? Financially.
Okay, but with the new brokerage, the feeling is, or the belief is that he's going to start to make some
Yeah.
good money.
Yes. But I did tell him the other day because he did get a part-time job serving for a little bit, and then they fired him because, well, he took a vacation like very soon into having this part-time job, and they just weren't cool with that, even though he alleges he put in, the time off stuff.
Sorry,
And I
how
told him
long
the
into
other
the
day,
job did he take a vacation?
no. Well, so it was a big family vacation that had been planned for like a year.
Yeah, but then why
So
not
it
take the
wasn't like,
job after the vacation?
well, because I don't know.
Okay, so how long into the job did he take the vacation?
Like literally a month.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So,
So why did you tell him to take a job, or why didn't you just say, don't take a job if you're just about to go on vacation? Wait till after the vacation.
well, yeah, I don't know because I didn't want to like downplay the good step towards like bringing in consistent income.
No, but it's not a good step because he got fired.
Well, I didn't think he was going to get freaking fired.
Okay,
like
how long was
that
the vacation?
So we had,
No,
we'll say
just
2
how long?
weeks.
Just in
We'll
terms of
say 2
time.
weeks.
I got to be efficient in the combo. Just in terms of
Yeah,
time.
we'll say 2 weeks.
Okay, so he's a
We'll
month
say
in and he
2
says, I need 2 weeks off.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, that is very true.
Okay, so
But I
he
said
can get
to
a
him
job
the
as a
other day.
server, so why didn't he just get
Mhm.
another job as a server when he got back from the vacation?
Well, I don't know. That I don't know exactly because I said the other day, I was like, you need to like get another part-time job. Because like he needs to get a car. He needs to get a car.
I don't know how you do
Even
real
just
estate without a car, but all right.
well, you share your car with your wife. You
There
share
we
a
go.
car with
Okay.
your
Yeah,
wife.
yeah.
Yeah. And you just plan things out strategically. Um, but I told him he needed to get another part-time job just until things are consistent because he's not in this other brokerage yet. It's like, I'm about to. Like, I'm talking to the guy, and he's like talking about what our day-to-day is going to look like and everything. But there's no actual, you're in the brokerage. Here's the start date.
Okay, you got to stop being so passive. My
I
God,
know. I
young lady.
know.
Okay, hang on. So how do you? So he is. Listen, charm comes with lying a lot of times.
Yeah,
A lot of times. I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just saying that those two skill
mean,
sets overlap considerably.
he's an omitter, and he is
Okay,
also a
so
he's a
if
spinner.
he says I'm talking to a guy and I'm about to switch brokerages, right? You say, great, let's all have lunch together.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
That's what I mean about not being passive.
That's a good idea. Because when I'm thinking about not being passive, like my mind goes into, oh, great. What's his name? What's the brokerage? Like, have they actually said like a date?
Well, no, you go and have lunch and you say, hey,
Yeah.
I have some real estate experience too. It'd be great to get to know
He
you.
doesn't need to know
Yeah.
that it's one deal and it's
You
residential.
say to your husband, great, let's do a lunch. I'd love to meet this guy because he's going to have a big impact on
Yeah.
our family. He's going to be
Yeah.
your mentor, and so on,
Yeah.
right? And real estate people love to do lunches, man. They love their lunches.
Yeah, that's fact.
Okay, so
That's
then
fact.
you say, let's do lunch. And if he says, oh, he's not available this week or it's not going to happen, and if he keeps putting it off,
Mhm.
then what do you know?
Yeah. It's like, oh, this is happening.
So that's what I mean
This isn't
about
real.
not being passive, which is
That's so true.
find things out.
Yeah.
And
that's
listen,
very true.
you can go into it with like, he's totally on the up and up, and you just want to meet this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, oh, I just want to get to know him.
Yeah, like I'm thrilled to meet the guy who's going to mentor you into
Yeah.
success. Like how fantastic,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
you just and it's not like I don't believe you. I don't want to meet this guy. Like it's like, hey, love to meet him. Let's do a lunch,
Mhm.
right? Or you can call the guy up and say, hey, I'm this guy's wife, and I hear
Mhm.
he's joining the brokerage. I'd love to come in and have a look at your operations. I know a little bit about. I've got my own license,
Yeah.
right? And if the guy's like, who, right, then you've got a problem, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean
Absolutely.
about stop being passive and just crossing your
Yeah.
fingers and hoping for the best.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That is very true. Well, so I guess in terms of, and when I told him like you need to like get another side job, he's like, I don't think I need to. because we have some money in the bank. He doesn't think he needs to get a
How do you have
part-time
money
job.
in the bank with 2 kids and a $20K income?
Oh, because I was given a very, very wonderful opportunity from, guess who? My parents, to act as like an interior designer for a house flipping job. And we got paid a pretty dang good check. We got paid like a 10K check from that this year. From that.
For staging a house?
No, not for staging a house. For interior designing.
Okay.
And
so
like
you
running
oversaw
projects
sort of
with my
some sort of
brother.
renos or some sort of
Yeah, it was a
upgrades?
renovation job. Yeah, it was a renovation job, and I was the head of the design and all of that. So,
And how do you? That's amazing. I think fantastic. How do you know how to do all that?
I'm just a naturally artistic person, and my parents did house flipping stuff, so they've been an amazing resource for that. So I've been able to like ask my parents about things.
So a little bit of a
Um,
subsidy, right?
yeah, I mean, I know that this is like an amazing opportunity, and honestly, I have no business like making that kind of money from this.
Okay.
It's just
And you're
from the
getting some
sacrifices of
subsidized
my
rent,
parents.
is that right?
Yeah, basically, from my grandma.
Right. So, I
Mhm.
mean, you guys are 6 years in and you've yet to stand on your own 2
Mhm.
feet.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
And I assume your kids have some understanding of this to some degree.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they're probably still too little
Okay.
to understand that. But I could be wrong.
Okay. And do you want them to be ambitious and hardworking?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
No, not 100%.
Well,
Otherwise
okay.
you'd be.
Hey, don't be rude.
I'm just saying that the math doesn't quite add
I
up
know.
with your actions,
I
right?
do want them to be ambitious and hardworking and confident people.
Okay.
And loving people.
So why do you think your husband doesn't want to be as productive as he should be in terms of money?
I don't know. Like, he wants it enough to talk about it, but it doesn't seem like he wants it enough to put the hard work in.
No, they're
And
talking about is to avoid it.
Oh,
They're talking about it is to
okay.
avoid it. Something's coming in. I don't need to get a job because I'm going to join this brokerage and blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
Right. So, I mean, you could even say unconsciously he took a job as a waiter knowing that he was going to have to quit in in a month for a couple of weeks and knowing that
Maybe.
so why do you think he's not sitting there saying, I gotta hustle, I gotta change, there's no way I can do 20K a year with 2 kids and a wife
Probably
at home?
because he knows if I don't rescue him myself, his grandmother, if he called her, or his dad,
Right.
they would rescue him.
Okay. So he doesn't need to because people will give him money.
Yes, and that's how his mom operated as a single mom when his dad went to prison.
She went to her
when
parents
they
for money and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't even her parents. Like, she would call his dad's mom, so her mother-in-law, and her grandmother-in-law.
Right. Okay, so technically he doesn't have to work hard or at least be
I
productive,
guess.
right?
Yeah. I guess technically.
Okay, so we can sit there and say, well, but a man with self-respect and okay, but whatever, right? I mean, just in terms of practicality, he can have his daydreams and his about to make it big and this and that and the other, but he's
His
gonna
dad's that way
get
too.
bailed out.
Yeah, his dad is that way too. It's always the next big thing. Like, he's always like on a big deal. Like, he's about to close this thing. Like, it's gonna be huge.
Oh yeah, no, my mom was the same way. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the people who have the next big thing and all of that, they're sort of daydreaming and they're also spinning things out so that people don't say, well, you have to go get a job. And he's like, no, because like in 2 weeks I'm going to make a
But that's
fortune.
gonna take
Right.
But that's gonna take time, and it is like what's hard about it too is like he paints it as this virtuous thing, like it's gonna take time away from his kids. And like, well, yeah, but also, like, what are you gonna do?
Sorry, what do you mean? What are you going to do?
Like, sometimes it's just time to get a job, and if you lose a couple hours from your kids, even daily, it is what it is. Like,
Well, but you also
sometimes
need to model for your kids that people
yeah,
work.
hard work and self-sacrifice, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He
Okay.
told me the other day, when we were talking, he told me that he sometimes just feels like it's like we're dating with kids.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of that. But you say, is he pretty good with the kids?
I mean, when the kids when they are easily accessible, yeah, like for the most
What?
part. But he does.
What do you mean easily? Are
I
they in
mean,
a high cupboard or something? Has he
no,
got to
no, no,
pick a
no.
lock? What do you mean easily
No, no, no,
accessible?
no.
What does that mean?
I mean, like it's like they are there when they are around. Like it is not like I am going out of my way to like take them to do something special. Like it's like and it's usually like he does just things that he wants to do with them. Like he will play video games with our daughter. And like it just
Oh,
I
so
just
you have the 3 kids scenario a little bit.
yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
It's
a good
like
playmate
I'm
for
over
them.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over there making dinner and they are playing video games all together.
Okay.
Well, not all together because my son is still really little, but like he'll go and sit over there. And it's like kind of helpful because, he's keeping them like entertained. Like my son isn't climbing on the table and like, trying to spin around. So I'm able to at least like kind of make dinner in peace and stuff like that. But then it's just like, I don't know, like it does feel like I'm playing mommy for the most part to everybody.
Right. I mean, is he ever the heavy? Is he ever the disciplinarian, so to speak?
Yes, he does do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good. That's
he
good.
does do that. But he also like has had issues with anger in the past. Just being like just too angry and like I don't know, on edge. And just like little things will just set him off. Not like violence, or anything like that, but more like yelling. Which he seems like he's grown a lot from that kind of stuff. That really doesn't happen hardly at all anymore. Like it's really rare at this point, but he does get frustrated so easily.
Right. Okay. All right. So I can give you a couple of thoughts if you like. I think we've
Yeah.
chatted for a good old chunk of time.
Yeah.
So did he have any indication when you were dating that your parents would bail out the relationship or would bail out you?
Would bail me out?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Because when they found out I was pregnant, they did say to him, like, because I guess my husband said like, "Oh, the situation has changed," as in like she's got to be married to me because she's pregnant now. And my dad was basically just like, "I don't give a shit. Like, I'll take her back and I'll take that kid." Um. So yeah.
Oh, so your dad really loathed this guy.
Yeah. At that point, he did. And what sucks too is like I know that like this is unearthing a lot of things that we needed to figure out, obviously. But like literally on that family vacation, my dad was telling him like how he has like in spite of everything grown to like love him. Um yeah, and like him. And then everything has happened and it's like, ooh, that sucks. Like just when you undeservedly were really seeming to like form a meaningful relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
And if you had to put your odds on your husband becoming the man that you want him to be, given that he's in his early 30s, what percentage
Mhm.
odds would you say that is? Like if you had to roll your entire life savings into a betting pool, right? Would you 50%, 100%, 25? Like what percentage would you say it's likely that he's going to be the man that you want?
That's a very hard question. I don't know, like 60%?
Okay, got it. See, it's really tough to want people to change after you marry and have kids with them. Because marrying
Yeah,
and having kids with a man is the biggest honor you can bestow upon him. It's the continuation of
it
his
is.
gene pool. It is,
It
and of
is.
course, it's financial security given that your grandmother
Mhm.
and your parents are. Does his family bail you guys out at all, or is it mostly from your side?
No, it is his family too. Like he could call his grandma or his well, not anymore actually, she's dead. Um, he could call his grandma or he could probably call his dad to bail him out of
Okay,
things.
so the family on both sides will bail him out. Is there an inheritance?
Yeah.
Is there an inheritance that's kind of in the wings? Is anybody old and frail?
I mean, no.
Okay, no, just wondering.
No.
Sometimes that can blunt people's ambition as well. So
Yeah.
it's kind of tough to ask people to be fundamentally different from
Yeah.
who you married and who you gave children to.
Yeah.
And of course, you had unprotected sex and you chose to have children with this guy. And 6 years in to say, I know that I dated, got engaged, got married to you and have given you 2 children, but I need you to be kind of fundamentally different.
Yeah.
That's not a very realistic expectation.
Yeah.
It's sort of like you get to test drive a car for 6 months, you bring it home, and then you drive it for another 5 years, and then you say, this car needs to be totally different. It's like, but that's what you chose, right?
Yeah.
And of course, as you know, and I don't need to tell you this, but parent to parent, you just have to do what's best for your kids. Is it best for your kids if you and your husband separate? There's no abuse. I mean, there's some infidelity, but your parents survived all of that, and probably worse than what's happened, at least what I heard about, because there was just kissing and all of that. It's not sexual, and it's certainly not love, right?
It wasn't just kissing. It wasn't love. Yeah, no, it was like opportunistic pleasure seeking.
Right. I think that's, if I remember rightly, I think that's what I'd heard about. But you're saying it went further than that.
It did, yeah.
Okay. Did it go all the way or just some point further than that?
Like oral.
Okay, got it.
He received oral.
Got it. Okay. All right, that's
to some extent. I don't know, like
ocean oil. Sorry, ocean oral is like double salt. Anyway. All right. So, yeah, he's a bit of a hound dog, obviously, and but nothing that is foundationally marital threatening. In other words, he's not having kids outside of your wedlock and so on.
Yeah.
And that which is charming to you is also charming to others. That which is good looking to you is also good looking to others. And so there is some infidelity, and I'm really sorry about that, of course. But there is no, and then there's some financial inertia, financial inactivity, but that's more than made up for by family subsidies and funding, right?
I mean, like, he will call if it is really bad. He doesn't just call at any point.
Yeah, no, but I get all of that, and but you're not in any danger of ending up on the streets because he's not making much money.
No.
Okay, so you've got some financial stability. I assume that you're still reasonably attracted to each other outside of the shock of the infidelity and all of that. He's more in control of his temper than he used to be, and he plays with the kids, and he makes some money, and maybe there's some potential down the road of him making more money. And so...
And he has committed to doing therapy, and he has committed to joining like a 12-step type of program.
Okay, good. So, I mean, you know what I don't know if you know the ancient Greek saying, which is, even the gods cannot break this rule, take what you want and pay for it. So you chose, and you were a young woman, so none of this is any kind of condemnation. Please just understand that. I have huge sympathy for your situation. But if you choose a man based on lust, and then you find out that he lacks some moral character, and you choose a man to be the father of your children when you're dating and he's got no savings in his mid-20s and is living in a car, then it's a little tough to say, well, you had no idea.
Yeah. I guess what I don't feel like I had an idea about, because we weren't, I don't feel like we were together dating long enough for me to really understand like the lack of moral character. Yes, I know. Yeah, that's true.
Who was rushing it?
I think we both were.
No, usually one person's rushing. I'm going to guess that the guy living in his car, seeing you in a nice place, is probably rushing things a little.
Maybe.
Seeing with a generous family and, right?
Yeah,
and the fact that he didn't wait long enough to win over your parents is kind of reprehensible.
And the fact that I just was like, well, we're going to do what we want to do. So Let's just
Well,
go
yeah,
for
but he
it.
did have 5 years on you, 21 to 26, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
he should have been more responsible. He was older, brain maturity, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And he didn't even wait long enough to overcome the fairly legitimate anxieties of your parents.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine he was moving things forward fairly quickly because there was no objective rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why 4 months?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Because
we
usually
just
the person with the most to hide wants to rush things the fastest. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation of like, buy this timeshare or this deal's about to end or, somebody's going to buy this car
I
or
know
this
about
house. Like
yeah.
they always rush you
The
when they
sales
don't want you to
tactics.
vet.
Yeah, the sales tactics.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would imagine you're 21. It's not like we were 37 and we want to have 4 kids. We
Yeah.
got to get moving, right? 21 years old.
Mhm.
What was the rush?
He wanted to have 10 kids too.
Okay, what was the rush?
There was no rush. It
But
was all
why
fake.
was there the rush then? Who was driving the rush?
Oh,
Because your parents are saying slow the F down, right?
yeah.
So why the rush? Why the rush to get married? Why the rush to have unprotected sex and have babies? And why? 5 months is crazy.
It wasn't even 5 months.
4 months.
It was
is
3.
even.
It was like 3 months, which is insane.
Okay, 3 months. Why the rush?
Yeah. I don't.
I mean, if your daughter is dating some fairly sketchy guy from a very sketchy
me.
family
No,
and
I
living in
know.
his car.
I know.
So what was the
It's
rush?
bad. I know.
No, but why the rush?
There was none. It was fake. All of it was like made up. Like, I don't know. I guess I just like I can't really I don't know from his end exactly, but like I guess I just really wanted to be married and stop like getting my heart broken.
Okay, so
Like,
that's
what?
fine to want to
So,
get
like-
married, but why 3 months? With the incredible hostility of your parents.
Probably because maybe I just thought he wouldn't want to marry me because he's like really handsome and I guess like was insecure at the time and I just felt like surprised he wanted to be with me.
So there was,
Or maybe
hang on, there was a bit of
maybe purity culture,
conning,
too.
conning on both sides though, which is that you're like, oh my God, he's going to wake up and realize that he's too good looking for me, so I got to lock him down, and so there was a rush
Yeah.
for that as well.
Maybe.
In that you were hoping to, in a sense, love bomb him or sex bomb him into an early marriage because you didn't feel like you deserved him or something. So there was a bit of conning on your side as well.
Well, I wasn't love bombing him or sex bombing him.
2
I don't
weeks.
feel like.
2 weeks into the relationship.
Yeah.
That's sex
Yeah, but-
bombing. That is
yeah.
sex bombing.
I don't know what that even means, I guess.
It
Like,
means early sex so the person doesn't judge your character or realize that something's lacking or missing.
maybe, yeah. I mean, yeah, I just don't know that there was that much thought going into it. Maybe subconscious thought. Because like, like as you know, like women are sexual beings too. And like I didn't have sex with them because I wasn't like feeling like aroused.
Well, sure. I understand that. I'm not saying it wasn't
You know what I mean?
consensual. I understand that.
No, like I mean it can still be consensual and you can still choose to do that just because it is a manipulation tactic, like an active manipulation tactic.
Right.
And I don't think that I was doing that, but maybe subconsciously I was.
2 weeks is too quick.
I know.
So
I do know
it's
that.
unwise, right? And you knew that at the time.
Yeah. I did know that.
Right.
I
So
did,
I think
and I
you were
made that
trying to
choice
hold on.
anyway.
So you were trying to hold on to the guy to get what you want. And you were
Yeah.
concerned, given that he's older and good looking, that if you said, no, I got a 3-month rule, that he would wander off.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that is what happened.
And I'm sure you guys look great together. I mean, you literally were in a photo shoot, right?
Yeah.
So, and I mean, there's reasons why we're attracted to good-looking people, because if we're attracted to
Mhm.
good-looking people, we have good-looking children. And their
Yeah.
lives can have some
And that's
advantages,
true.
right?
It's true, yeah.
Right.
And man, they're cute.
I bet.
They are very cute.
They could probably show up in a baby commercial, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so
Probably.
so you got what you wanted. And now you're finding there are some downsides to what you wanted, which is true of just about everything in life.
Mhm.
Everything in life that we choose that's not foundationally based on virtue has downsides. Like, I've had it in my life where I've been offered a salary from an
Mhm.
established good company or
Yeah.
double the salary from a sketchy company.
Yeah.
Now, if I take double the salary from the sketchy company, then if I say afterwards, well, I'm really enjoying this money, but the company is
Yeah.
sketchy,
Yeah.
I mean, does that make a whole lot of sense?
Yeah.
I mean, you and I both know that if a guy who wasn't good looking was living in his car and from that kind of family background and wanted to date you, he wouldn't have been
Yeah.
able to, right?
No.
Right.
Yeah. No.
So you got good looking kids and you get to be the envy of other women who say,
Mhm.
gee, your husband is so hot. And I'm not saying that like that's some terrible thing,
No.
but you got what you wanted and now there's a downside to what you wanted, right?
Mhm.
It's like a man who marries a very religious woman because he admires her character, and then he says, good Lord, it's driving me crazy that she's so religious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like me saying, gee, I really wanted to take on a whole bunch of highly controversial topics. I can't believe I
Mhm.
got deplatformed.
Yeah. I can't believe I got deplatformed.
How could
I was
people be
creeping.
upset
I
about
was creeping.
how could people be upset
Yeah.
about topics that are upsetting?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's crazy. I can't believe I got so many hate comments.
Yeah, that's so bizarre and
Wow.
strange, right?
That's so bizarre.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in life, you choose the whole thing. You choose
Mhm.
the whole thing. So you get a good-looking guy, and he's smart and he's charming, and as you say, even after this betrayal, he makes you laugh.
Mhm.
And I think what you want to teach your kids is that all choices come with compromises,
Mhm.
and ideally, we choose virtue and character,
Yeah.
and even choosing people with virtue and character comes with its downsides, in that
Yeah.
you choose someone of virtue and character, and then other corrupt people will often work or act against them, and it makes your life difficult,
Mhm.
right? I mean, again, back to
Yeah.
the old Jesus thing. It was so he chose character and virtue,
Yeah.
and
He
his life
was.
did not exactly become
Yeah.
easier thereby. So even if
No,
we say,
it
well,
did not.
I'm going to choose based on virtue, I think that's the wisest choice. But even
Mhm.
there are times where you even kick yourself from that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. I mean, even like my choice to be sober. Sometimes I'm just like with this stuff going on, I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, like I wish I could just get a little plastered and just like ignore everything for a little
The
bit."
bad feeling's
I'm
gone.
not. Do what?
Bad feeling's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, bad feelings on, except I know that's not what would happen. I would just be a sad drunk. Like, that's it. Um, yeah. It's just like, so I just don't know. Like, I mean,
And this is an important lesson for your husband as well. So
yeah.
if your husband is maybe a little bit on the frivolous side, maybe a little bit on the
Mhm.
lazy and self-indulgent, maybe
Mhm.
a little bit on the
Yeah.
hedonistic side, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and you can choose all of that. And maybe he is a little bit over-reliant on other people's money and resources to
Mhm.
fund his family. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you're going to be kind of depressed at
Yeah.
times. Of course,
Yeah.
you're going to be filled with regret, right? So,
Yeah.
you can choose the blowjob on the beach, and then you're going to have a lot
Yeah.
of pain down the road. You can choose
Yeah.
that your family, that your in-laws and your parents or whoever, your grandmother funds your
Mhm.
lifestyle, and yeah, you're going to
Yeah.
feel a little bit empty and useless, and there's going to be some depression,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
every choice has its pluses and minuses. Like there aren't, other than like basic virtues, which I think are very important,
Yeah.
everything has its trade-offs.
Mhm.
And I think you're seeing the downside of what you chose. And I'm not saying that that's
Yeah.
a small thing, and it is very substantial, and I get all of that, but it was all pretty clear from the beginning.
Yeah.
And you can't just detach yourself from your prior choices. You wanted
Yeah.
a good-looking guy. You wanted a guy that other women throw themselves at. Right? Like, because everyone has this fantasy, like guys have this sexy librarian thing, it's like, she's so good looking, but no other guys
Yeah.
notice that. It's like, no, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Right?
Yeah. It's
So
like,
you
be
wanted,
so for real.
yeah, you wanted a guy who was susceptible to some degree to love and sex bombing. And then when other women sex bomb him, you're shocked.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if he wasn't susceptible to what the 18-year-old did, he wouldn't have been as susceptible to what you at 21 did.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I thought about when because he told me, he was like, if it had been somebody, if the 18-year-old had been somebody, or if it were somebody else that he had actually been attracted to and that had happened, like he said, he would have gone all the way. And I did, like, I just kept thinking about myself in that situation. I was like, oh, like, that's basically what happened. Like, I guess I made it so easy. Like, I might as well have just completely thrown myself at him. And I was someone he's attracted to. So he did go all the way with me, so to speak, all the way in life. Like,
Well, it's kind of like,
I'm going to marry you and have kids.
how dare the official that I bribed also be bribed by someone else? It's like, but if live by the sword, die by the sword. So if you threw yourself at this guy and gave him sex, I assume a lot of sex too soon, and give him marriage and kids to lock him down and so on, then you're choosing a guy who's susceptible to that form of female sexual assertiveness. And men are not, and I'm not trying to excuse his behavior, right? Because he's still obviously, there's morals, but men are not wired to say no to sex offers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, most men in history didn't even reproduce. So you couldn't afford to be haughty and say no, or the genes that were haughty and said no didn't survive, right?
Yeah.
So you chose a guy who was susceptible to sex bombing, and then he's very good looking, so other women are going to sex bomb him too. And other women say, well, geez, it worked with this woman, maybe it'll work with me too. And again, I'm not saying he's not responsible and so on, but the mechanics of it all, like you take what you want and then you pay for it. And this is true for all of us. And you can't just slice and dice people into the parts you like and the parts you don't, especially when you've got kids with them.
Yeah.
And I don't think your kids will be better off from a broken home.
Yeah. I don't think so either.
And the therapy is very promising. As you know, I'm a big fan of talk therapy and so on. So I think that's very positive. So I would, the thing I've found the most useful in life is anytime I'm tempted to play the victim, and we all are a lot because it's such a powerful place and such a relieving place, and we get to blame others. And
everybody is putting that on me too.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want it. Like, probably part of me wants it, but I feel like I don't want that.
Right. So every time I'm tempted to play the victim, I got deplatformed, my life's work got erased and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, what did I do to set this in motion? Knowing the facts that I know about human nature, what did I do that set this in motion? And that way I have some control over my life. And because the victimization is always very tempting. And, it seems to me quite likely that your husband at some point will say, oh, that guy totally shafted me. I'm not going to join that other. He's not going to be my mentor, and I can't believe he led me down the road. And it's like, okay, but you all have to start looking at the behavior that you have that causes the problems that you live with.
Yeah.
And you want to teach that to your kids, right? That things don't happen. I mean, when you're a kid, things happen to you. Yeah, things don't just happen to you. And now sometimes, every now and then, like somebody just T-bones, like God forbid, right?
Yeah.
There's some accident. But for the most part, certainly slow-moving disasters don't just happen.
Yeah.
I mean, every cigarette raises your chances of lung cancer, and it doesn't just happen to you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was the thing. That was one of the things that I kept thinking about when he told me about the situation that happened recently, and just all the things that led up to it. And I got accounts from 2 other people too that were there, not from the other girl involved, but from my cousin and his girlfriend. They told me about some, questionable behaviors. And I'm like, it's so frustrating because just literally one good choice could have been made, and it would have prevented this from happening. Literally one good choice.
Yes, but if good choices had been made, you wouldn't be married and have kids.
Well, yeah, that is also true.
Because if you guys had waited and you'd listened to your father, then, right? So,
yeah.
The law of slow-moving disasters is that everyone involved is responsible. So
that's true.
And you want to give that message to your kids most of all, which is to not be a victim of the choices you've made.
Yeah, that's true.
And obviously, I mean, I hugely wish you guys the best. You know, the most important thing in this equation, as you know, is the kids, because they have no choice in the matter, and they didn't choose any of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right. Is there anything else you wanted to mention? How has the call? I know we've chatted for a good old while, and I appreciate your openness.
Yeah,
how's it been for you?
Your time. It's been good. I feel like I appreciate not being victimized. And I guess my only thing is, like, I'm not entirely sure how to move forward, like, to encourage him to start making good choices and help him to understand, like, that it is serious.
Well, it is. So the best way to encourage people to make the female tendency, and men have their own bad tendencies, the female tendency is to nag and to insist that someone make good choices. The best way to get people to make good choices is to make good choices yourself. The best way to get him to start being...
I decided to be sober.
Sorry, yeah, no, that's good. So just keep working on yourself. Keep working on taking your own responsibility, taking your own choices. Yeah. The more that you blame him, the more he's going to blame others. And the more that you take responsibility, the only chance he has to take responsibility, more responsibility, is for you to take responsibility, not to nag him to take responsibility. And so, as far as that goes, if you want him to act better, you have to act better. You know, in the same way, like if you swear a lot around your kids, don't be surprised if they start swearing, right?
Yeah.
And you have to model the behavior that you want to see in others. That's really the best and only chance that they're going to adopt it.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
I know it's a trite but true. But be the change you want to see in your marriage, because you've been given a great dangerous gift of self-righteousness and being right, and him being in the wrong, and everyone saying how terribly you've been treated, and what a rat bastard he is and stuff like that. And that's all very seductive. Yeah, that's all very seductive. And I'm not saying, of course he did wrong. Of course he did wrong. Yeah. But there's a whole bunch of decisions that you also made that led up to that. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it is true. This is the big philosophical insight. It's basically a fortune cookie, is that you have to model the behavior you want. Yeah. And that's the best way.
So, I mean, do you think that is something that would be done under the same household? Do you think that would be something that would need to be done separately for a time? Because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, like, anything longer than a couple months, like living separately.
Well, what's best for your kids?
Yeah, that's true.
Because, as you know, you no longer make any solo decisions when you're married, and you no longer make only adult decisions when you have kids. What's best for your kids?
Yeah.
I assume continuity in the household is best for the kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Because they didn't choose any of this, and they shouldn't suffer for it at all.
Yeah. 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 That's very true.
And now I'm totally invested, so I hope that you guys will keep me posted about how things are going. I can't miss the next season.
Calls?
I'm sorry?
Do you do couple calls?
Whatever works. You can even just send me an email or a text or whatever. But
no, I mean like couples calls.
Oh yeah, I do couples calls. Sure.
Okay, well maybe we'll do that.
No, I'm happy to facilitate that as best I can, and I mean,
listen, this is some juicy stuff.
And there's some great stuff about both of you. Of course, there are flaws, like we all have. There's really great stuff about both of you, and of course, because there are 2 young kids involved, I'm the peaceful parenting guy. So wherever there are kids involved, I'll bend over backwards to try and facilitate a positive outcome. And so, if I can help anyway with that, just feel free to book.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome, and I wish you all the best, and do keep me posted.
Thank you.
Either way.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.